introduced. Can the person unmute himself or herself and just briefly introduce? I'm sure they are hearing me.
Yes, okay. we are hearing you loud and clear.
Oh, thank you.
We think that you have done the introduction earlier.
Hello?
I said we sure do, and I think you have done the introduction earlier, even though it has been intermittent at my own end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll move.
Myself, Dr. I.O. Bunna.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I introduce myself too?
Okay, anyone that have not been introduced can unmute himself or herself to introduce himself.
Okay, Dr. Zainab Toyin-Jagun from Federal Polytechnic of
We may likely skip the remarks by the chairman of the academic forum, also opening remarks by the president, because we're still expecting. Okay, we have someone here. Please do, go ahead.
Good morning, very senior colleagues, chairman of the board, and noble colleagues. My chairman, I am Estate Surveyor Bindo Abdulaziz from the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing Lands Department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, like I was saying,
hello.
Permission of the chairman. Perhaps we'll skip the opening remarks and go straight to the lead paper presenter, so that when the president arrives, so that maybe we hear the as it pleases the chairman of the occasion. He has so directed. So let me follow the way it was arranged. And when the president arrived, you go ahead and present his own speech and have copies. Copies have been circulated in the folder. And very soon we'll have online copies that will be presented. So this is welcome address by my humble self, Professor Mohammed Bashar Nuhu, who incidentally is the coordinator of this program and the chairman of Education Forum. I stand on already established protocol. Permit me to recognize the chairman of the board, immediate past president, representative of the Ministry of Lands and Housing, the minister, and other representatives that were expected them to also come up. We are expecting representatives of NUC, MBT, and Education Committee of SBACON is here, who because the heads of department. Oh, let me start by Dean. We are privileged to have about 3 or 4 deans who are estate surveyors and valuers in this profession. All heads of department. Permit me to welcome you all to this 3rd edition of Education Summit of our great institution, holding today, Thursday, May 12th. Distinguished noble colleagues, you are highly appreciated for honoring our invitation at this critical period of our nation's development. We all know the risks at the moment, the critical economic condition. Lecturers in the university have not been paid for the last 2 to 3 months, and yet a lot of them have put in a lot of commitment to attend here. And in spite of the strike ongoing by ASU have also indicated strike, and some other challenging issues in the country. All this is necessary to assemble. And I must say at this point that this was conceived before all these challenges were envisaged. And we felt we just have to make move because time doesn't wait for anybody. And I most graciously thank you for creating time and sparing your contribution towards this noble cause. The Niesv Academic Forum was inaugurated on 6th August 2021 via Zoom by the President and Chairman of Council of Niesv. And it is aimed at promoting nationwide and international exchange of ideas and experience amongst Niesv academics and beyond, and make contributions to the development to education and practice of estate surveying and valuation. Among the objectives of this forum is creating a robust synergy amongst the members of the institution in the academics, public and organized sectors, as well as the private practitioners. Thus, this summit brings together all stakeholders in real estate education and the industry, such as the decision makers who are shaping the education system of estate surveying and valuation, senior professionals in public and private sections, academics and all heads of departments of estate surveying and valuation in tertiary institutions across Nigeria, with the aim of intellectually interacting and debating critical issues affecting estate management and valuation training and practice in Nigeria in order to achieve our mission of today's event, which is packaged in tune with the global realities, with the theme, bridging the gaps or the gap between industry requirements and estate management education in a rapidly changing world. To achieve the theme, which is focusing on the repositioning real estate education in a rapidly changing world, to be on the same page with the constant changes and in producing and developing competent, innovative, self-reliance, and noble discipline professionals in the field of real estate, we require great input and support from professional practitioners, technocrats, and much more you, my noble colleagues, who are here today to chart the course and build further on the foundation laid by our founding fathers for a better and brighter estate management professionals in Nigeria and its relevance in the world. Let me quickly outline some of our other objectives of this forum vis-a-vis the goal of this summit. One, collaboration with Research and Development Committee of the institution in the exploration of new areas of our professional expertise, so as to help in placing the estate surveying and valuation profession in line with the sustainable development goals of Nigeria and beyond. Liaise with all 15 faculty from business groups of the institution in order to assist them with research techniques that will enable them to develop and achieve their set objectives. And that's why virtually all the faculties chairmen were invited to this occasion. Three, in collaboration with Education Committee of the institution and that of the board on contemporary teaching and learning of estate management and valuation in Nigeria and beyond. Research, networking, collaboration, and assessing of scholarship in estate surveying and valuation, education and practice, and other related issues. High teaching ethnical standard among members of the forum and mentoring programs for younger academics. Free expression of an open access to and exchange of ideas on estate surveying and valuation, education and practice. Periodic meetings for the purpose of reporting and discussing development in estate surveying and valuation education and other matters affecting the forum. Lastly, liaising with our regulatory body, Estate Surveyors and Valuers Restoration Board of Nigeria, SVA Board, and other organizations such as National Universities Commission, NUC, and National Board for Technical Education and other organizations and institutions concerned with the advancement of estate surveying and valuation education in Nigeria and beyond. Over a decade ago, when the first education summit of Niesv was held in Mina in 2011, it was aimed to achieve or chart a course that will provide for specialization options in academic program of real estate education, such as land information and environmental management, property and facilities management, land management and land administration, valuation, as well as real estate finance and investment. The summit recommended for a stronger drive for specialization within professional practice and academic research at the postgraduate level, which should be tailored to clearly reflect areas of professional competence and academic expertise, as well as address the needs of the immediate practice environment. This recommended specialization and option can be easily developed at the entry point of educational training and capacity building to actualize the vision of training high-level manpower and build academics that are multidisciplinary and ICT-driven entrepreneurship with entrepreneurship skills and specialization in estate surveying and valuation. The Niesv education has a mandate to review and foster the development of educational program and use of materials that are consistent with the objectives of Niesv. The Niesv Academic Forum is capable of being a forefront in creating a likely collaboration between different educational support organizations and MDAs and Estate Niesv Research Foundation, among others. At this juncture, let me salute the leadership of ESVABON and Council for actualizing one of the communicate issues at the end of the first summit bordering on nomenclature of estate management program, which has been achieved by the visionary and objective leadership that we have at both ESVABON and the institution in addressing identity, some of the issues related to identity crisis of this profession. Similarly, the first Niesv Education Summit, which writes the new name of cost of estate management and valuation. Hence, some HO this year, we hear them introducing that their department is estate management and valuation. That was achieved during that summit to a kind of lay a foundation of closing the gap within the identity issue. And the affiliation of estate survey and valuer, so and so, all was achieved in that first summit, while others still being yearned for their actualization, which are the area of specialization option in estate management, need for professional standards and guidelines that will guide the delivery of professional practice in each faculty in line with the client's needs and expectations, provided that the accompanying data is also developed. Stakeholders' involvement and collaborative partnership. Institutional reforms, curriculum and minimum entry requirements for undergraduate programs. This includes a unified and acceptable requirement for estate management and valuation programs. Restructuring the content of estate management education and practice, as well as restructuring the postgraduate programs and sideways placement for students. Skills enhancement training, educational and institutional reforms, research and publications, institutional accreditation collaboration among statutory bodies such as NUC, NBT, ESVABON. In conclusion, this summit is expected to attain another milestone in the area of strategic real estate education planning related to our vision. Initiatives at promoting global best practices, new and innovative processes, procedures, policies, or programs, Participants are employed to focus not only about education, but also about bridging the gap between the academia and the industry, professional practice. The summit must therefore also fashion out a sustainable mutual interaction template. We must, through this summit, open a new era of knowledge-driven professional industry practice through a well-thought-out estate management education revolution. The guiding questions of this summit are: one, where are we coming from? We need to know, where are we? Or why are we here? Are we in our optimum position as professionals? What are the training gaps? What will you do differently to change the narratives? These are the questions that should bother us. I therefore urge all of us to listen attentively to our various speakers, carefully chosen from different spectrum of our profession, and to give your very best in making this summit a very successful one and a remarkable one. I thank you all, and God bless each and everyone. Thank you very much. I think next is to take the chairman's remark of this occasion. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for the chairman, because I don't see much that I can say, because he has covered nearly everything. Since I'm here, I had already planned to. Can I stay here, or I need to go to the podium?
Anyway, I think this is, you want to be seen more by the online.
Oh, by the online. All right. Once again, good morning to all of us who are here. I want to confirm that the deputy registrar of the board is here, and if she introduce herself. When you are in this forum like this, you will have, these are the people who produce the products for us. Let them know you, and so that they can make easy contacts with you at this occasion and thereafter. While I want to, you circulate what I have put down, but Mr. Chairman, I stand on existing protocols because the president is not here, and we don't want to lose the time as which we have allocated to ourselves. While I present what I have put together, there are issues which I want us to note today. Because first, I'll have to thank Professor Nuhu, the chairman of this group, for finding me fit to chair this occasion. I am particularly grateful because coming here has made it confirmed to me that I wear 2-3 hats when it comes to an event like this. And I've garnered experience courtesy this profession, which gives me a little insight into what and why. I thank the people who started this Niesv Academic Forum. I want to know that the intention or my thought is that estate management and valuation should be like training a medical doctor, whether it is human or veterinary medicine. Every human anatomy is the same. So wherever you read medicine, it's the same human anatomy that you are training on. And that's why I'm happy that this forum is coming up with a position whereby we will have a unified course content, which nearly all our institutions at the tertiary level will adapt. So that wherever you are coming from, I am sure, you are sure, it is the same basics that we have all been taught. So that the gaps, that is why I'm excited about what you have chosen this. The gaps will be reduced wherever they are existing. And the chairman has spoken on all the issues which were agitating my mind, like the entry requirements, unified entry requirements. At the board, we are trying to work on that aspect so that all the universities, all the polytechnics will have a unified entry requirement so that you are comfortable wherever you are, that whoever is studying estate management has gotten the basics of what you need. That should form part of what we should leave this place, please. And I want to make myself and my board easily and readily available for whatever we come up here with, which needs to be driven by this your board. As you all know, we are a regulatory body and part of the federal government MDA. We will be happy to drive whatever we need to drive through the board, which is sent to us from this August body. I am also happy to know that the chairman of education committee of the regulatory body is here, and you see, she's wearing multiple hats. She has been in academia for decades, so she's just testing another side of the river to find out whether she will return permanently or she will be doing ad hoc arrangement. So please, she's here and part of us, and she is the bridge between this group and my board. Our target should be to produce products which we can easily market. Even though the Nigerian market is so hostile to us, let us produce products which will sell itself. Before I go into what I have written, I have gaps which I want us to discuss as we progress in this summit. Mr. Chairman and members, the profs who are here, I respect all of you. I love all of you. But I want us, before we leave this hall, and this is like I want to say, it's a continuous assessment of ourselves. Technological changes in real estate practice should be brought into the classroom. I don't know how you want to do it, but I want you to think tank and tell us at the board, Sagesh, this is what we think we can do to bridge the gap in this area. Please, let's find areas and ways of bringing technological changes in real estate practice into the classroom so that by the time they come out, we are not going all over again. It will be an area which we will be happy to partner with your body. International real estate market learning scheme. Even though you are training people for our own market, but we should have a lot of emphasis on internationalization of training, because at this level, we should be training people for local and international markets. So we should not be found wanting. If your product goes into any other economy and the gap is reduced because you have from home here introduced him to international markets. And that's why I thank God for the ICT world, because you can know what is going on in Malaysia from here. You can know what is going on in Australia from here. And that is what I wish we can bring to bear in our training, please. And the soft skills, I know people will talk about it in their presentation. Soft skills, entrepreneurial skills should be taught in school. We should, when we are here now, we should banter amongst ourselves and find out which area of those skills do we need to throw up for us to adapt and make it relevant. If I talk to an estate surveyor who doesn't know 1:2:4 mix just by talk, then I mean he's not a round hole in a round peg in a round hole. I mean basic language of the industry, where he doesn't need to be a mason. He doesn't need to be a mason to know that. He doesn't need to be a carpenter to know what when we say 2x2x4 wood or so. So those are the skills we need our children to go into, either as volunteers, even during CWES. If an estate surveyor goes into a furniture factory to do volunteer work, he will live there with knowledge, and no knowledge is lost. Even in his career, he will learn something. Those are the areas I want us to throw up for our adoption and discussion. And then we should bridge the gap between financial market and the real estate market. These are areas which I will be glad if, as we progress on this discussion, we will go into it. That is outside what I have put down here, which I am prepared, which I prepared to talk. So on that note, I want to thank you all again, and then inform you that the biggest challenges facing estate management as an academic field in a rapidly changing world is the theory-practice hiatus. Theoretical knowledge of estate management is expected to underpin the practice, while the practice environment determines the circumstances within which the theoretical knowledge is applied. Why then do practitioners struggle to integrate knowledge learned in the academic environment with real-world practice? Why the disconnect between what is considered best practice and actual practice? This is a big question when we are always talking about global best practice. What is global best practice and what is the actual practice? We have to know that if there is a gap, we have to bridge it. It is against the foregoing that I consider the theme of this third edition summit topical. That is bridging the gap between industry requirements and estate management education in a rapidly changing world. With the array of erudite scholars from diverse professors, private industry practitioners, public sector practitioners, and all of us here, professional practice regulatory bodies, I have no doubt that a very wide perspective shall be given to this subject. I am particularly happy that the chairman of the Education Committee of Niesv, the first female and Nigerian to sit as a representative of the Exalted Standards Recognition and Membership Board of the International Evaluation Standards, Mrs. Uche Egwatu, is one of the speakers today. Madam, did you celebrate this attainment to your colleagues? All right, I will do so. I will do so after consultation. Many people are not aware that a standards setting regulatory body of the profession in Nigeria plays a key role in bridging the theory practice hiatus through approval of institutions, courses of training, supervision of instructions and examinations, leading to approved qualifications in tertiary institutions, offering estate management programs. Indeed, our annual values assembly is also geared towards bridging the gap. And I want to plead with Mr. Chairman, whatever you bring up here as an issue, we will take it up the next stage at our values assembly, because that is where we'll have a lot of practitioners and end users of our products coming to interact and interface with us. Please communicate. I am fully persuaded that we shall not only explore or identify the reasons for the theory to practice gap in education and practice of the profession, but will also come up with the ways and means of closing this gap. That is actually the import of this assembly. If we have identified a problem and we cannot find a solution, then we are going to, it's going to be a continuous assessment for us. And for me, I am happy that I have people from the very old and older universities here, and I have those from the new and younger universities here. This is the aim of this summit, because I want those of us who are older in the older universities to please impact positively on those in the younger universities, so that they know we are all in the same boat, and that the product they are coming up with will compare and compete favorably with what is coming from the older universities. On this note, I want to thank all of you for coming. And please let us put in these 5, 6, or 7 hours we are here to make it a productive venture for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this detailed presentation and encouragement. This is the highest encouragement we can receive because Niesv is our first regulator in terms of academics and practice. Thank you very much. At this point, I want to recognize the president of NUC Rep, Mrs. Modupe Sibiumo. Please, can you move to this other side? Thank you very much. You're also our regulator, where we want your ears and we need your attention. We have been clamoring to have further inputs. I think the last time Niesv was requested to make an input to the curriculum. When they submitted it, they were told that they were late. So I think it's still in the works, it's still waiting. Professionals were invited in Lagos for more than 5 days, and they put all their thoughts together. That have not seen the light of the day. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. Both our physical and online participants, permit me to say that we have notable speakers. Like I said, the lead speaker is Professor O.A. Ogumba, which will be taking the stage very shortly. The president is already in the reception. He's coming up so that he will deliver his speech. And then we have Dr. Mrs. Uche Ugwatu, who's also a speaker. She's going to speak to us from the perspective of the regulators and IVSC. We also have, like I said earlier on, Niesv Dr. Namsombasi Iduokanem is going to share the Rwandan experience with us. We have Professor Godfrey Udo from the online participants who will also be making presentation. Niesv Dr. Adetu from Germany will be expected to make a very short presentation. Then Professor Mrs. I. Kakulu will also be adding perspective between 1 and 2 later on. These are some of the, we also have Professor Charles Egolum from Enugu will also be joining us virtually. So I want them to check if he's also online. I don't know if Godfrey Odotu is online. So please help to check so that we'll be sure they're with us. There are some who have sent in paper. There is one from the practice. Niesv Kasumwa, I've not seen him. He was expected to make a comment. Then, like I said earlier on, our immediate past president too, Sir Roland Abonta, is also expected to talk to us. They have also sent in submission. So I wholeheartedly join everyone to welcome the president of this great institution, Sir Wiki Okas. You are welcome, Mr. President, and we are sorry for the flight delay. He missed his flight yesterday, and this morning there were changes that he had. He's sitting next to Niesv chairman, sir. While he takes his seat, his speech has been circulated, and we are exactly at the point to take his speech. So maybe Mr. President will come here or will sit there. I don't know. The speech is inside the package. But for online participants, if the president can come here, it will be fine. So that But to the banana speaking. He has a very short and apt speech. Mr. President, sir, the speech is here. You can come over here. Yes, sir.
The chairman of this session, our own Estate Surveyor Mbadua, Guest Henshaw, the chairman of the registration board, our regulatory body. Let me also recognize my boss, the immediate past president of the Nigerian Association of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, Estate Surveyor Mbadua, Sir Roland Aponta. Please permit me to adopt the existing protocol. First of all, let me apologize for coming in late. Actually, it's not in our character. But like the coordinator has said, we had to come in here yesterday. Unfortunately, by the time I got to the airport, the flight has gone. This morning, left very early. It was delayed for almost 45 minutes. So please, my apologies. I welcome you to the third edition of the Education Summit of our great institution, taking place in this venue today, being 12th May 2022. We are gathered here to brainstorm at this very important seminar on the theme, Bridging the Gap between the industry requirements and estate management education in a changing world. Recently, we find out that a lot of things are beginning to happen. In fact, this morning, I was reading in one of the platforms where an engineer is trying to say that they are the people in charge of the profession that is actually supposed to carry out valuation. I looked at his paper, I found out that he traced the history to 1988. And in my mind, I said 1988 is just by the corner. We started this job from 1969 when our members came together to form Nigerian Association of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, and even before the institution was formed. So you find out that there's a lot of challenges. And for us to be able to meet those challenges, both within and outside, it means that we must get equipped. And getting equipped is that we should be able to know from the primary stage, we should be able to know who an estate surveyor and valuer is. Let us try as much as possible to avoid this issue of taking estate management or estate surveying and valuation as a secondary course. I found out it's like a crash program. So we need to actually ask ourselves, where will we be in the next 10 years? Who will be an estate surveyor and valuer in the next 20 years? And if we must get it correctly, it means that we have to start from the basis. So on that note, I want to appeal to us that we are here to brainstorm. We are here to ensure that we start, if possible, from the scratch for us to get it well done. Our world is experiencing a period of profound changes driven by technological advances, notably in terms of digital technologies. All countries of the world, Nigeria inclusive, and their economies, industries, structures, institutions, and markets are being transformed, albeit at different paces by technological improvements. Change also involves uncertainty, opportunities, and risks that need to be managed if progress is to be made towards building more inclusive, cleaner, and more prosperous societies. As a professional organization, we need to ensure that we are equipped with the skills and competencies to adapt to new market realities, industry requirements, and capabilities to keep contributing to national economy and societal development. SS of Yours and Valuers has contributed enormously to national economic development and societal well-being of the people of Nigeria. And if we must continue to be relevant to the nation's economy and keep impacting the lives of the people in this changing world, we must keep updating our skills in line with the changing world and the requirements. The question now are, what are the skills? How are they changing in line with the current industrial requirements, as well as economic and market transformations? The alternative is skills mismatch, which presents an obstacle to firms or industrial growth and competencies and competition, as well as hindering practices' ability to advance within the economy. This summit, my noble colleagues, both those that are physical and those that are joining us online, should attempt a definition of the skills and competencies required to enable us function effectively within the industry and the economy, which will also identify if any skills gaps arising from the emergence of new sectors or industries as a result of introduction of new technologies and creation of new jobs and services as a result of convergence between existing sectors or industries. There is definitely changes. And we all know, even from 2019 up to now when COVID-19 came on, we know that there are certain things that we were doing in 2018, 2020, and even in the 1970s, 1980s. Most of the things or most of the practices we carried out during that period, it might not be possible for you to do it now. What it means is that there is a great change. And for us to be able to be relevant, we must adapt to those changes. And if we must adapt to those changes, it means that we have people who actually carry out research on those things for us to be able to key into it. And if we will allow those in the practice to do it alone, we will not be able to succeed. So there must be a synergy between those of us that are in academia and those of us that are in government and those of us that are in practice. For me, it's like a triangle, and we all need each other. Those in the practice might have the resources, but the knowledge is not there. Those in the academia might have the knowledge, but the resources is not there to continue. Those in the government might have the power to be able to carry out, but the knowledge and the resources is not there. So we need one another to be able to enhance our skills and our competencies. And that is one of the essence of this particular gathering this morning. The aim is to improve the skills in terms of both quality and quantity to meet current industry requirements in our rapidly changing world. To this end, it is vital to have reliable information about the knowledge and skills required for specific services and the likely changes in the content of different circumstances. I am very optimistic that this summit will diligently capture and chronicle these points and put them in proper perspective for present and future use. On behalf of the National Council and the entire members of the Nigerian Association of Estates Surveyors and Valuers, I want to thank you all for attending both virtual and physical, and I wish you a fruitful and highly rewarding outing. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you, our president, and God bless you for giving us all the necessary support. Without you, this forum wouldn't have come to fruition. He is a man that is making this history. From 2021, we were looking for recognition from the institution. We never got it, but the board recognizes us. Our communique were taken. So we thank you for all these things and the support, and for you being behind this summit. And we also thank previous leaders for supporting us. Before I call on the lead speaker to deliver his paper, there are too few guidelines I have to give. If you look at page 6 of the program, up to page 6, on it is the communique of the first education summit that took place in Mina during Bode Adedeji's presidency. He also supported us to organize the summit. But to have a formal body after that, it came to friction this time around. So from June 27 to 30, 2011, the communique is there. Most of the issues that we wanted then and still relevant today. There was also a second summit, which was like a meeting of all heads of departments in Lagos at Yaba College of Technology in October 2012. It's there on page 10, right through to page 15. It's there for our record and reflection, as well as on October 23rd, 2021, we had an open interactive session between those in academics and practitioners. There were presentations made. The communique that was delivered after that interactive session is on page 16 to page 17. And these are also useful materials. Then page 18 contains the aim and objective, the ESCOs of Academic Forum. We have lists of professors as at the time we compiled this on page 19, right through, some with their specialization, some who couldn't get instant response. So it's still work in progress. We'll still be updating it. I understand on that list, Professor Kakulu was indicated environmental expert evaluation. She is a professor of land management and valuation. We will correct that on page 22. From our efforts, which is part of the achievement of the Academic Forum, we were able to compile some database of all heads of departments of institutions offering estate management in Nigeria. It's there on page 22 up to 24. We also have list of chairmen and secretaries of faculties, 15 of them on page 25. Page 26 is list of council members, 2020 to 2021 council year. Right through to from page 26 to page 28. And page 29 gives us a chronicle of why we should have education summit and the expectations from this third education summit, which is there on page 29 to 30. I recall we printed an abridged report that time and we circulated. So it's also contained there. And we rely on these documents. These documents will be part of our clustering after all presentations so that we'll be able to synthesize and further distill what we want to bring as our major changes and our collective desire. Thank you very much. So at this point, permit me to invite Professor Ogumba, O.A. Ogumba. He is the head of Department, Estate Management Department at OAU, as well as the Dean, Faculty of Environmental Design or something. Yes, I guess so. Please, because of time, we'll not go through this. He has a report CV. We'll not go through reading his CV. So, thank you very much. So everyone knows you.
Thank you. I wish to recognize and honor our chairman today, the chairman of SBABA. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Thank you for chairing the occasion. The president, Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, the man from the Niger Delta, Honorable Wike, we salute you, sir. The immediate past presidents, And well, before I even say that, I want to appreciate the current president, like Professor Nuhu has said. Thank you for establishing this forum. That is a major achievement of your administration, as far as we are concerned. And God bless you, sir. I recognize the immediate past president, who is also very interested in academic affairs. I remember when he became president, came to visit my university. All the staff were there, and that was the beginning of interaction between us and the presidency. Thank you very much, Sir Abonta. Recognize our Minister for Lands, ably represented. Thank you very much for coming, sir. The representative of NUC, of the Executive Secretary, thank you for coming, sir. Ma. I'm just walking in. Well, I'm not supposed to do introductions, but let me still recognize my second vice president, who is an alumnus of my university, Great Ife, sir. Yes. I'm sure the second vice president would agree with me that there are many universities all over the world. But the one that let me not go ahead. I think what we want to say is that there are two universities. There are two universities. That is just a way of joke. I recognize all of course, my sister, Dr. Ekwatu, who we work together on other Niesv's committees. I salute you, ma'am. All the professors here present and online, you are recognized, everybody recognized. I can see my former national secretary. We've also worked together on many committees. God bless you, sir, for coming. In fact, all protocols duly observed. Thank you. I want to say that, first, before I go ahead, there's a protocol I must observe. That is Professor Nuhu, who has been driving the summit or whatever it has been called. I'm not sure the previous ones were called. He has been fantastic. Very passionate. He has been very passionate about bringing the academia together. And I really want to appreciate him for all the work he has been doing. Thank you very much, sir. As far as I'm concerned, that's just me. You should continue to be the president, or is it chairman of the forum? Everybody is good at one thing or the other, but he is particularly good in this area. And God will bless you, sir. I also appreciate him for asking me to do the lead paper presentation. There are many people who are better than I am. Senior. In academics, we recognize seniority very, very much. There are people like Professor Emeritus Ume, the first professor, Professor Igalo, the second professor of estate management, Professor C. Ajayi, the third professor. I am number maybe 11 or so. So I recognize my seniors and appreciate Professor Nuhu for finding me worthy for this assignment. Thank you very much, sir. The topic I was asked to present about is challenges facing real estate education in Nigeria. I think this is, the theme, of course, has to do with the gap between academia and industry. But I can understand the reasoning. Let us first look at the challenges facing the academia or education, real estate education in Nigeria. That will give a good background for addressing the specific theme for this summit. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Well, while we wait for the next slide, I think there is a big problem. There is a big problem facing the academia. Many big problems or challenges facing the academia in Nigeria. And the problems are very different from the problems facing the industry. And we need to understand the mindsets of people in academia and people in industry so that we can bring a marriage one way or the other to them. You know, there's only a few of us here that are like Dr. Ibu, he calls himself academic practitioner. People usually are in the academia or in industry or in the or among the regulators. The regulators, of course, are NUC, SVABON, the institution, and government itself, with the Ministry of Education. It is this lack of understanding of the mindsets of those in the other, on the other side, that has created a lot of mistakes in the past. I remember some years ago, there was the Niesv Learning Center had a program teaching the teachers. And it's as strange as it may look, it looked ridiculous to many people, particularly in the south of Nigeria, that you want to come and teach. That was how people looked at it. You want to teach the professors on how to teach. You know, it was so ridiculous to some of the professors in the south. They were very annoyed about it. And it showed that there's some kind of misunderstanding of those in the academia by those in practice. Of course, the train the trainer program just, I think, happened at Port Harcourt, at Bauchi and Mina. They couldn't dare, if I can use the word dare, to come to the south because they would be embarrassed. That you want to come and teach us how to teach. Imagine going to University of Nigeria and say you want to teach Professor Ume on how to teach. What we really have to understand the mindsets of each. There are problem issues that those in the academia face, and part of what I want to talk about is how we can understand these problem issues, how we can work together to ensure that there's progress. Please, next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So part of the part of the problem I've been talking about is, in the past, mistakes have been made. Mistakes, for example, of calling professors from the UK or US to come and teach in Nigeria. I remember Professor Ume, the first professor, complained about that. That is it that those of us in the academia cannot teach these things. There was a time some people were called from the US to teach plant and machinery valuation. Particularly the senior professors feel hot and upset when things like that are done. And part of what I'll be recommending is that a forum can be created for the professors. I think the first vice president is working on that, because some of these things need to be discussed with them. The academic forum chairman is doing a lot of work to bring us all together. You can see the HODs are here. Professors were invited, but many of them would not come. And when they do not come and they hear the results of what is being discussed, they start complaining. This morning, Professor C. Ajayi calls me. He's not able to be here for one reason or the other, but he was hammering on this issue too, that let us create a forum for professors so that anything, all the things that emanate from this summit can be discussed among the professors. Many of them will not come, even though they are invited, but they still want to have their inputs. And I would like to suggest, well, like I said, the first vice president is already working on that. And I think very soon something will come out of that. But the professors, particularly the senior ones, need to be carried along, even though they do not attend. Now, there are several problem areas facing the academia, but I can't cover all of them. The scope of what I'll be looking at are things to do with academia industry, collaboration, curriculum, employment and employability, nomenclature, accreditation issues, and I'm happy that the NUC is here, and the SVABO. Staffing, infrastructure, staff-student relationships, and including things to do with welfare. But of course, I can't cover everything. Some of the issues, some of the pertinent issues will be covered. Others can emanate from other papers. Next slide, please. Before I go to the next thing, I want to briefly address some issues that the chairman raised. He talked about entry requirements. When he mentioned that, I quickly discussed with Mrs. Egwatu, because I think that actually there are uniform entry requirements. Your education committees, they handle that at accreditation exercises. The requirements are uniform, particularly economics, mathematics. Economics and mathematics and English are the major issues, but there are entry requirements that are general. But we may need to revise those entry requirements, especially given in my university, we have, I'm the dean of the faculty, and I can see that the entry, many students are not able to enter into estate management because of our entry requirements. And one of the departments in my faculty, Urban and Regional Planning, had no student at all from JAM. But what was done was to revise the entry requirements, because sometimes the entry requirements get too stringent and we can look into that too. Now, I just want to quickly give a brief overview of, particularly a historical overview of estate management education in Nigeria. As we all know, it started at Enugu, real estate education in Nigeria. Started at Enugu. There was, sub-professional courses leading to first and intermediate examinations of the RICS, Enugu, at the College of Art, Science and Technology in 1957. In 1960, there was a recommendation that the College of Art, Science and Technology be merged into the University of Nigeria at the Enugu campus. 1962, Professor Mr. Ume then was recruited, and by 1963, the first batch of students were admitted into the Department of Estate Management at that university. Which means that next year, 2023, we'll be celebrating a major birthday of real estate education in Nigeria. The second Department of Estate Management was set up at the what is now known as Obafemi Awolowo University in 1970. And incidentally, Professor Ajayi was one of them. Postgraduate education in estate management started in 1980 at the University of Nigeria, 1985 at Ife, and so on. Next slide, please. We now have 37 professors of estate management. One more was added to the list provided by the chairman, I think last month or so. We have local estate management textbooks now prepared by our lecturers. Next slide, please. There are two types of regulation, NUC and NESV. And for the polytechnics, MDT and NESV. Next slide, please. Now, I've categorized the problems we'll be addressing into 7. The first has to do with academia industry problems. Next slide, please. See, like I was trying to say before, there's a different mindset between practitioners and the academia. The academia are interested in research and teaching. If they do not publish from research papers, they will perish. There's this thing we normally say in academia, publish or perish. So they are interested in research and teaching. Next slide, please. Many of them would not publish in the Niesv journal because it is not reviewed. The academia, if you go to the University of Lagos, for example, they would not take the Niesv journal unless the journal is reviewed. I mean, when the papers are sent to reviewers and is indicated there. And so, if, for example, the Niesv journal you could have 2 sections, like Mrs. Omeri would normally say. Let's have a practice section and an academia section. The academic section should be reviewed, should be sent to people who would look at the papers and that kind of thing. Next slide, please. The industry, the former slide. The industry seems to live in a different world. The practitioners, they are providers of real estate services struggling to survive in competition with others. And their aim is to gain a competitive edge. They do not understand the mindset of academia. I remember once I went to distribute questionnaire at a practice farm. And the principal partner was rushing out to come and meet me. He thought I was a client. And as soon as he saw that it was a questionnaire that I brought, he hissed. He said, "You think we are here to play or something?" He just walked back angrily to his office. Because there's a different orientation. What they are looking at is, they want to make money. We want to publish or perish. And all the papers generated, PhD theses, MSc theses generated by the academia are looked at as exercises in academic wizardry. We're talking about SPSS, talking about regression analysis and all that kind of thing, which is not, doesn't help to make money. Next slide, please. But there are benefits in cooperation, actually. I think the president mentioned some of them. There are ways by which the academia can help industry to achieve their aspirations of gaining a competitive edge. And there are ways by which the industry can help the academia to fulfill their research or perish aspiration. Some of them some of those ways are listed here. I believe the paper will be made available sooner or later. Prof. Nuhusa. Yes, okay. The paper will be made available so you could look at. I have a time constraint here. Next slide, please. What's happening? It has moved. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide again. But what was on the previous slide actually was that we need to make our curriculum more practice-oriented. Many of the practitioners feel that it is not practice-oriented. Actually, theory is universities are supposed to teach theory. But we must find a way of relating that theory to practice, which can be done through inviting those in practice to join us in curriculum development. And also the institution and Niesv that go around for accreditation can bring out these issues. We need to invite the practitioners. When we are revising our curricula, we need to invite the practitioners to come in. And we also need to invite them to come and be co-teachers. Many lecturers have not even ever been in practice. For example, those who make first class, as soon as they finish their youth service, and you know youth service, they teach nowadays in youth service. They don't go to farms. They teach in secondary schools, maybe economics and so on. So they come back to the classroom employed as lecturers without any practice orientation. So maybe a solution to that is to bring in lecturers as co-teachers. In my university, the Vice Chancellor has made it available. It has made, we can invite the alumni, for example. Thank you. We can invite the alumni. In fact, some of them have been contacted to come and be co-teachers. So if a lecturer is allocated to a course, a practitioner too will be allocated. Just that the practitioner teaching is pro bono. In other words, no salary attached. And will be willing to do things like that. Now, employability issues, which is part of what the chairman of SBABON talked about. A lot of researches, for example, Egbenta, that's the HOD at University of Nigeria, Ayedru in Covenant University, Ayodele at Obafemi Awolowo University, they talked about this thing that the chairman talked about. Hard skills and soft skills. Hard skills are the training that we have, evaluation, in land economics and so on, feasibility and viability studies. Soft skills are the things that they are almost like personality traits. How do you talk to a client? How do you write a report? How do you do, things like that? More details are provided in the paper. I have a short time, but the essence of what this employability thing is that employers have been found to need not just hard skills that are usually taught at the university. We teach courses on valuation, applied valuation, feasibility and viability studies, and so on. We also need to teach them soft skills, how they would talk, how they would attract briefs, how they would, all this kind of thing. I think that's part of what the chairman of SBABAM talked about in his speech. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, nomenclature issues. I really want to appreciate Professor Nuhu for the first summit and the discussion about estate management and valuation, which the institution has forwarded to the board, which the board has forwarded to NUC and MBTE and so on. But I was just discussing with Dr. Mrs. Egwatu about this thing. It is not yet conclusive because many people in the South, particularly in the South, you notice that the universities in the South, I don't think there's any university in the South that has changed its nomenclature to estate management and valuation. It is still estate management. And I discussed with some of the professors. Some of them did not attend that summit. But the idea they are thinking is that valuation is part of estate management. So why say estate management and valuation? Why say, you could as well say estate management and property management, or estate management and land economics or something like that. So part of the discussion, for example, Professor Ajayi, I said he called me this morning and was emphatic about this issue, which is also part of the paper that I raised. Again, I appreciate Professor Nuhu for the first summit and the second summit and the third summit. But we need to, I believe we still need to revisit this issue. If it is me, just my own personal opinion, I think adding "re" to the estate would be much better. Like I said, I'm the dean in my faculty. Many people, many students who want to read, who are admitted for estate management, they want to change to architecture, change to quantity surveying and so on. Why? They think that estate management is managing an estate. But I really think that, like they do in the US, this is my opinion, can I agree or not, but I think if we say real estate, fine. But sincerely, many of the professors in the South are not happy with estate management and valuation. That is the frank truth. And incidentally, when we discussed just now, two had the same opinion. I think we need to revisit that. Then part of what, like I said, Professor Ajayi called me this morning, he also wanted us to look at the nomenclature for the faculty. If we Google, most of our faculties are called environmental studies. I think Bauchi's environmental studies, some other universities, environmental sciences. My own faculties, or something else, Faculty of Environmental Design and Management. And some universities are copying us in that regard. I know Kitty has copied the Environmental Design and Management, University of Ibadan, and so on and so forth. But the point is that if one Googles environmental sciences, what you're going to be finding is things to do with the natural environment. Our faculty usually comprised of faculties, architecture, building, quantity surveying, land surveying, things like that. That binds us together is the built environment. So in the case of Professor Ajari, the university that is currently teaching, that's he has already orchestrated a change in the faculty nomenclature to the faculty of the built environment. And I think that is the direction we should go. A course like environmental management should really move to sciences, because there's nothing we are doing together. Those that have environmental management, like Bauchina, that they have I'm sure there's not a single course they are doing together with estate management or with architecture and all that. Not one course. Their courses are dealing with things like toxicology and all that, Niger Delta, Ogoni land and all that. How to rectify things like desertification, like erosion and things like that. That is not. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, accreditation problems. It is doubtful whether it is necessary for us to face two types of accreditation. We have SVABON. Some will have SVABON accreditation this year. The next year, we have NUC accreditation. And if you know the amount of effort that goes in to prepare for accreditation, it is serious. Why can't we? I understand, I may be wrong, but I think for the polytechnics, there's a joint effort between MDT and SVABON. I'm not sure of that, but why can't we have it, something like that, for the universities? Why do we have to be duplicating accreditation efforts? And you'll find that most of these accreditation teams, they look for the same things. When I've been in both NUC and SVABON accreditation, it is almost exactly the same thing we are looking at. In fact, SVABON now too is even looking at staff-student ratio. And so what is the whole thing? Let there be synergy to avoid all the unnecessary costs. I was at NUC accreditation at Bauchi in January. I could see the efforts they put in. They showed this here. Salute. Then postgraduate programs is a problem. At undergraduate level, NUC streamlines all the undergraduate programs of estate management. Oh, I have 2 minutes. Okay, I'll see what I can do. But it is not done anywhere in the world to streamline postgraduate courses. It is not. Go to the UK. There's nobody that says all the universities must have the same postgraduate courses. I was discussing with Professor Mrs. Kakulu of Rivers State University, and we agreed on this issue. In their university, they have specializations at postgraduate level. But the NUC DMAS, and they've started going around now for postgraduate accreditation. They want everything to be streamlined into MSc estate management, MPhil estate management, PhD estate management. And it is ridiculous, because if you look at what is written in the DMAS, they treat coursework. They treat the thesis, the postgraduate thesis, as a course. In other words, you take the thesis in one semester and you are allocated a grade. Some universities are research-oriented, like my university. They give postgraduate degrees by research. A place like University of Lagos, they give postgraduate degree, at least the MSc, not the PhD, by coursework. But if you try to streamline, it is wrong to try to streamline everything into MSc estate management, and then no specialization, just everything else, MSc estate management, and then to turn everything into a 4-semester course. Like in my university, the masters is 3 semesters. Why should we be forced to have the same thing? If you look at the UK, some people will have, like those who went to Reading, MSc, this appraisal or something like that. MSc real estate. And when in those days, when some of our professors did their work there, it was urban land appraisal or something like that. But you won't get to Aberdeen and find them doing the same course. It is wrong to streamline everything together. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Then, of course, the academia or education faces problems, particularly in federal universities. There's a freeze on employment. And so, in my university now, we are getting top heavy. All federal universities, a freeze on employment is wrong. The polytechnics too. And then, for the Niesv, the first vice president is here. I salute him. He put me as chair of a subcommittee. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So I was assessed by somebody who is junior to me. Sometimes there are distractions from practice. There's this problem here of the academic background of lecturers. So I won't mention this, but many of us know what I'm talking about. In one of the universities in the north, there's somebody who is actually here, whose name I will not mention. There was this problem of, he has a BSc in estate management, MSc and PhD in something else. Should such a person be assessed for professorship? Then there's another problem which I have been receiving complaints. There are some of us, particularly in the north, that maybe we have an HND and the service would not agree to employing people that have HND or people that, it's a multifaceted problem, or people that have BSc and maybe MSc in environmental management. Such a person will not be taken for PhD estate management. You know what I'm talking about. Those in the south have been complaining about many people in the north that go to do their PhDs in Malaysia The complaints are rife. Go to do their PhD in Malaysia because the entry requirements in the universities in the South will not allow them to come in, either for PhD or even to be employed and even to be promoted. Well, my own view about this thing, particularly the promotion one, there was this rancor a lot about whether somebody that has BSc, estate management, MSc, PhD, something else should be promoted to be a professor of estate management. But I think my view is that if the person's papers, let's be a bit flexible about this thing. If the person's papers are in estate management, no problem. And then this issue about whether you can do estate management, higher degrees, without a BSc in estate. That one too, maybe we can be a bit more flexible. There are some professors in the UK whose background, first degree is in economics, and they are recognized professors. I was discussing with the HOD at the Bauchi Polytechnic yesterday night about this issue. We can, Mr. Salah is here, we can be a bit more flexible. But that will again depend on specialization. If you have somebody who is going to specialize in land economics, and the person has a background in economics, the person can become a professor of land economics, and he will even be able to bring in value, added value, because a lot of what we do in land economics is not the conc economics. We don't bring in graphs, for example, demands of land, all that. But if you have somebody whose background is in economics, he should be able to be made a professor of land economics, not estate management as a whole. I think it was Mrs. Kakulu that was, Professor Mrs. Kakulu that was talking about that thing, that we should not be professors of estate management, as if our specialty covers the whole of estate management, which also can bring in issues about the specialization we talk about in practice. Mr. Salah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to rush because of time. Mr. Salah and I were discussing that yesterday. We are talking about specializations in practice, 15 faculties. But it cannot, everybody wants to do general practice. If you do, if you are a professor or going to be a practitioner in land economics, and an agency job comes up, Mr. Salah said he will pass it over to another who is a specialist that works. Can it work? You know, there are many issues, but so it is even difficult to teach specializations alone, because we're not able to break even. Next slide, please. Then there are problems all over the place. Under admission, over admission, over the carrying capacity. We should be able to tell the university administrations or polytechnic administrations, please stop here. There was a time I went to a polytechnic to help with the exam. I won't mention where it is. And there were 1,000 students. The number of vigilators was too small. I was assigned to handle 2 classes. When I go to this class, people in the other class, they bring out their notes and start copying right from. By the time I run back to the other class, they will conform. The class I just left, they will start copying. Eventually, there was no electricity, so we brought all of them out to the field to continue the exam. And in fact, they now started mass copying. Right from their notes, they were copying right from the notes into the exam script. And we were just overwhelmed, just so allow them to continue. So there are those problems there. Then there are problems with sexual harassment and so on. When I went as NUC accreditation to one university, there was a lot of talk by the students, even postgraduate students. I won't mention the university, that the PG coordinator was demanding from the ladies that he must sleep with them and the men that they must give him money. We went from that university to another university, and the HOD of that other university, a lady, was complaining about that same university, that about this person, of course, I will not mention any name. So there are these problems there. And I think part of the problem is that among us colleagues, we try to protect our colleagues. Don't want them to be sacked. But we should stop that because they're actually destroying the lives of the students. I went to one polytechnic in the south, and they were complaining about one lecturer. That the students were coming back to say all kinds of things. So please, we need to, the academia, we need to find ways how to solve this issue. Expose them before they ruin the lives of other people. Next slide, please. Then, of course, there are problems of the teaching infrastructure. All of us know, many of us have gone out on accreditation. Myself and Professor Nuhu, we go several times, both for SVABON in the past and UC. We see that the teaching infrastructure, classrooms, lecture theaters, lecturers' offices, internets, and so on and so forth. Many of the time, people tell lies, but we just use the evidence before us. But we know that it is inadequate. It is very easy to go and remove the signboard, on another lecture theater and put estate management lecture theater. Prof. Nubu knows what I'm talking about. but we just close one eye. It's the evidence, just like the judges will say, the evidence before us is that they have all these things. So that is part of the reason why ASU is on strike. But even for private universities, they do that kind of thing. There was a particular private university that I went to teach, and I was trying to teach them valuation in year 3, and they told me they don't know year 2 valuation. What happened? They even pointed out that when accreditation came, Professor Nuhu knows the university I'm talking about. He was one of the accreditors. But again, they were using what was before them. Those people, they went to hire people to stand in as lecturers from different. Then what was more amazing that they went to hire students to stand in for their own students. And they told the students to stay their lecture theaters. So there are problems. And that is part of why ASU is on strike. And I pray that the government will accede to the demands. You see, it is possible for us to just fight for our salaries and all that, but also fighting for the infrastructure. And then, even talking about that, I want to talk to our president. On our platform, talk about welfare issues now. On our platform, there was this issue that was raised about the forthcoming Niesv convention, or conference. You know, we are not paid. Government is doing no work, no pay. Even when I was coming for this summit, I was telling Professor Nuhu, are you sponsoring the transportation? Because for 2 months now, no payment. And the same thing in Dr. Iboye told me that it's the same thing too in his state university. So it's not only federal universities. Would there be a reduction for lecturers? It was on the platform, people discussed it on our platform. Is it 50,000 or something that we were asked to pay? I'm sure the president will do something about it. Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Yes. Then the other thing is, Somebody also raised on the platform that professors, you notice that many professors, including myself actually, are not fellows, including very senior professors like Professor Egalu, Professor Ajayi, all these professors that came immediately after Professor Ome. Somebody raised on the platform that can't think, I think it was the dean at Oyekit. Can't we make them fellows, or honorary, or whatever it is? You know, it is something that we should consider. Although I'm sure that the second vice president would be very, very happy to bring out a form for someone like Professor Ajayi. Okay, I'm talking as being an alumnus and all that. Okay, but yes, but still, like the second vice president said, the president is listening. Okay. Yeah, so there are other welfare issues that can come up, but my time is up. But I will just say in conclusion that these issues, I'm happy that our guys, the regulators, are here, fully represented. Esvabon, Niesv, NUC, and so on. Please let us look at some of these issues and even others that I've not had time to talk about, and let's see how we can improve how we can solve the problems with estate management education. The chairman raised something about financial markets and the real estate market. I'm sure he's talking about things like real estate investment trusts and so on. Yes. At the valuation, we had in Port Harcourt. Valuers Assembly, yes. Actually, I presented a paper there, but people did not seem to understand what I was talking about. Yes, at other fora too, I've tried to bring up the issue of us getting involved in the financial markets. But we cannot get involved in the financial market without all these mathematics we are talking about. We are going into the type of thing that stockbrokers are doing. And it involves some kind of calculation. It's not conk calculation, statistics, basically coefficient of correlation and so on. So we need, but many practitioners, I remember at AFRES, I raised something like that too, and the reaction was dismissive. That is not our area. So I'm happy that you are raising it. In many universities now, I'm sorry, one more minute. In many universities, we find that we're already raising courses on portfolio management. But every other university and even polytechnics too, we need to raise this kind of thing. In the UK, many notable professors like Professor Baum, they don't resign from the university to face, the financial markets, because estate management now is not just in the brick and mortar. We have shares, as it were, like the real estate investment trust. You can have unitized real estate, and it is something that not just the academia but the practitioners need to be trained on, so that we can expand our scope into indirect real estate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think Professor Kemiki should take note the breakout session so that they will dissect all these ideas. And I hope members are indicating interest on which cluster they will participate. We're now going to take an online presenter who afterwards, Professor Udo should be getting ready. So there are 4 clusters that we'll be sharing ourselves to. And Professor Oekemiki is having the list or the sheet of paper. Everyone will indicate interest in the various areas of discussion, so that immediately after lunch, we're going to break out into that session, really discuss and move forward. We'll take an online presenter, Professor Udo. Please, can you share your PowerPoint? Professor Udo need no introduction. He's someone who is serving this institution, is serving the academia. He's a mentor of many of us in academia. He's from the University of Uyo. He has been chairman of the education committee. He has been dean and so many other responsibilities. Professor Udo, the time is yours. You have 25 minutes. Thank you.
The first speaker took 45 minutes, 48 minutes. Can you hear me? Please, can you hear me?
We are hearing you, sir. We are hearing you.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm hearing you in particular.
Okay, great. Thanks. There is a protocol has just been set. I don't want to break that, but I'd like to recognize the president of our institution. I'd like to recognize the second vice, whom I also am aware that he's there, and the chairman of ESABON. Then there is a representative of the executive secretary of NUC. Please let me stand on existing protocol. I want to greet all of you. My paper is on a paradigm shift in the provision of estate management services by educators, and it's presented at this summit. Incidentally, we've worked on the research that this paper is based for over since 2008, 2009. And before this, of course, you know that I set up, we talked about bridging the gap between academia and practice right back in the 1990s. So this is something that I'm really steeped into. What I'd like to talk about today is the paradigm shift. So please, if you can empty your minds of a few things that you know and let us talk, it'd be nice. I'll talk about two main themes. I have mnemonics here. The new paradigm, I want to talk about a new paradigm, which I call CARED, RIOT, SSGC, quadruple helix philosophy. Now, the paper, my presentation is going to be based on those things. And then I'm talking about the 5 forces. These 5 forces that work in the quadruple helix is something which I'm sure after you've listened, you will agree with me that is something we need to do. The 5 forces, let me just quickly explain the 5 forces here. The first is the corporate academic research and enterprises development philosophy, correct? Now here I'll discuss what we call the corporate academic. And then we'll show how that fits into the philosophy that we're looking at. Then we'll talk about RIOT. RIOT simply is research, integration of knowledge, application of knowledge, and teaching. We consider that academics should work in this philosophy. We must seek to do research in things we have passion. We must integrate that research into integrate the knowledge into the things we do, academic and practice. We should apply it. And then based on what we have seen, we should teach. We believe that we should follow that order. We should do research, integrate the knowledge, apply it, and then based on what we experience, we have the ability to teach. Then the other thing, SSGS, has to do with the curriculum. We should create a curriculum that brings this RIOT philosophy or scholarship in tandem with deep skills that we impact on our students, graduates, and lead them into the startup of businesses or integrating into practice when they graduate. We need an incubator. And by that I mean that teachers in universities, lecturers should have an incubator within the university where they impart skills on these students, on the graduates, and enable them to get into practice as qualified practitioners. And all of these, we believe, should happen in the quadruple helix. I'll explain. Of course, many of you know what the quadruple helix is. Academia, practice, industry, that is education, and then government, so, and then the wider world. So that is the quadruple helix: academics, industry, government, and general society. So all of these things we do should happen within the quadruple helix. I'm not going to go into too much stories. Ogunba has told us about the state of education, the former two speakers, the president, and then the chairman of the board also showed us a bit about the state of education. I'm not going to go too much into that, but I'd like us to think about something. If you look at the industries practice that are progressive today, look at Google, Microsoft, SpaceX, Amazon, Meta, etc. We should try to, I'm not saying imitate, we should see what they are doing, see whether we can modify that and keep and still retain the core essence of the curiosity-driven research that we need to do. This is a picture which I find very interesting, because if you look at it, that is where a lot of people, a lot of us have found ourselves in. We started thinking we had a passion for something, and that was before we went into grad school. We're going to research into something, we're going to be steeped into it and grow. And then we get into graduate school, yes, we're going to, the direction changes. Your professor says, this is what you should be looking at. This is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm competent to do. And then you allow yourself to be swayed. And then you graduate, become an assistant professor. I'm going to research whatever the research tenure committee wants, because that is what happens. Otherwise, you don't get funded. Otherwise, you don't get projected. All right, you do all this research and you become a professor. Well, I'm going to do the research, whatever the grant committee wants, tech fund, etc. And then they give you 50 million naira if you're going to do a particular thing, etc., etc. So you do that. And then all of a sudden you are retiring. I'm going to research whatever, what. And that has been our lives. And then we just come through the system and pass through the system and nothing happens. So there is a new model of education. Nothing new. I'm quoting this guy, Britain, and he says, mainstream skills acquisition, theoretically, practically as a lingua franca for knowledge, production, and a royal road to success in creating products, services, and companies that meet the need of users in society. Meet the need of users in society. This will ameliorate the debilitating socioeconomic development and problematic future of work in Nigeria, Africa, and developing countries. That is where we are. What's the path to excellence for academics? What we should look, if we look at the present context of education in Nigeria, Africa, and developing countries, particularly the global south, we need to innovate our curricula across the quadruple helix of academia, industry, government, and wider society, which means we should find out what the wider society needs, do research in that. Find out what government needs, do research on that. Find out what industry needs, study that, get to understand it so that we can give something back to them. That is how academia will keep regenerating itself. So to do this, we need to look at something that we call the corporate academic model. In this corporate academic model, we simply ask hard questions of how to use knowledge to expand the frontiers of our field. In this case, real estate, theoretically, practically, in different contexts, through innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. That is what we need to do. Now, this is the quadruple helix. The quadruple helix is made up of academia, industry, government, and wider society. We should permeate all of this, and I'll show you how. In academia, the corporate academic should produce what I have mentioned earlier, philosophy that is driven by this research, etc., knowledge to help resolve challenging disciplinary and societal problems across all the spheres of the quadruple helix. Industry. Of course, there are a lot of industries, and I use the Time UK industry classification here, and I've listed all the industries. Education was missing, but we should add education as an industry, because education produces, we have products and graduates, we get back into society, and they have to be ready for industry to absorb them. So education is added to that list. Government. In government, the corporate academic should master the art and science of working with public service ministries, departments, agencies to innovate their businesses. By the model, we should give them model, and we should help their services that they provide. And to do this, we should use the 4 forces that I mentioned earlier. Professor Nuhu mentioned this when he said that one of the goals of this summit is to see how we can look at the Millennium Development Goals. Then, in wider society, this is where we live. We should learn to see the problems in society. For instance, I'll give you an idea. There is a research that we've done in the past few years. We published 2 papers here. We're yet to publish the third. What we did was we took Akwa Ibom State, and then we asked ourselves, what's the property market like? So we've interviewed a lot of people. We want to find out which village did you come from? Where do you live? Where do you live now? Why do you live there? Etc. And we published 2 papers. The idea is to find out what society wants and what creates the property market. We need to do this in every area that affects our profession. Now, I'm going to go into talking about the corporate academic, this career thing I'm talking about. The first force is the research and enterprise development. That mindset is that what it entails is that we must, whatever thing we do as academics, must lead to products. Product could be said, it could be students, could be the level, the kind of quality of students that we produce, must lead to services. Can the students we produce value properly? Can those we didn't produce who are in industry learn from us and know how to do things better? Should lead to businesses. And for instance, my students, I encourage them to think about a business before they graduate. I have an office, and what I do is that my students come in there for IT, and I encourage them to do all sorts of things that are like new businesses. There is one that is doing project management, and I encourage the students to get certification. Now, what do? They sit at home and they're offering services to different parts of the world and getting paid in dollars, sitting back here in Nigeria. So we encourage the students to see how they can take what we teach them in school to be innovative about it and to be entrepreneurial about it. The corporate academic model is a simple model, and it says basic things that we do, but it takes it and puts it in the corporate world. For instance, every academic has what we call his primary research domain. It could be estimate, it could be valuation, it could be whatever aspect that he has decided to do research in. It could be housing, anything. Then he has the primary application domain. That primary application domain is where he wants to practice. Some say, I want to do agency, some facility management, or corporate real estate management, or whatever. Those are their primary application domains. But there is something else we need to do. The general cultural literacy. If you read any book, look at Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and all these guys. If you follow these guys and see the amount of books they read and the kind of selection of books that they read, you see why these guys think so. They have a broad spectrum of life, and that comes from primary general cultural literacy. So they had the more you read, the better for you, and the more you will improve what you do as an academic or a practitioner. Now, this model assumes something that I've just stated here. For instance, it assumes that my primary research domain is what enables me to be a doctor, or a professor, or whatever. So I'm identified as a professor of estate management or whatever. Then inside that, I have a business. And that is what identifies my primary application domain, estate surveyor and co, okay? Or a part of a faculty of the institution. You know, I belong to the intellectual property faculty, and we have trainings, we teach members of the group all sorts of things to improve our specialization. All right, so you can belong to that, and that is the primary application domain. But there is also the wider GCL. Now, this is your all-round knowledge. You could just be interested in economics. You could be interested in music. I listened to a guy who used music to show us how the world was created and how the world has gone the way it has. And he went back to summarize using the piano keyboard. You know, it could be science, it could be anything, art, digital currency. I'm encouraging a student to look into blockchain, and it's amazing what we discover about blockchain. It is the future of the world, including real estate. Because, for instance, if you register property using the blockchain technology, etc., it's inevitable. Now, okay, let me move on. We'll have time to discuss later. Then the second force is riot. Riot is the second force. Here, there should be this continual rethinking of context, situation, problems, challenges facing significant stakeholders in society, individuals, organizations, and governments. And what we should do here is to do research, to integrate that research, the knowledge that we get from it, and apply them, and then bring that back to the classroom to teach. And all of this should be done within the general cultural literacy. We need to do that in the corporate academic model. Oh, man. Right, and that's what I've just discussed here, that we need to do research, teaching, etc., and to incorporate that before we can teach. Professor Ogumba has just mentioned a few things. Some people just get into the classroom and they have not got any practice. They've not been taught how to teach. I believe that lecturers should be taught how to teach. But anyway, that's it. So the third force here is the deep skills for students, graduates, and startups. I'll give you our websites for you to look at the details of most of these things, because for want of time, I realized I couldn't pack everything into this talk. So at the end, I'll give you our resources so that you can look up a lot of these things that I've discussed. The third force here is the development of deep skills for students. And that means that we should know the pain points of society or where we work. Understand it so that when we teach students, when we teach our graduates in postgraduate work, etc., or when we encourage students to go and start up businesses, they will know what to do. All right. So these are skills like research skills, grant writing skills, entrepreneurial skills, and things like that. Then the fourth force is that we need to have an incubator. I mentioned that earlier. This incubator is, for instance, say I have this business, which is Professor Udo and Co. And I am in my faculty, my department. I should be able to bring up students that I'm doing research with to practice things, to do research with me, and to figure out whether we can bring a new business into the world. That is what we need to be doing, so that our students, by the time they graduate, they figure out that they want to go into business for themselves or to go into business with others. And we need to be able to encourage students. We need to create that incubator within our faculties, within our departments as corporate academics. Yes, our teaching, etc., should come out of what we do when we do this incubator of businesses. Then the fifth force here is deep skilling. Essentially, what it means is that everything we do should be based on user experience research. We should figure out what society needs, whether it's industry, whether it's the government. What do they need to function properly as government or as the various segments of industry that we work with? In this case, the real estate industry. We need to do that. And of course, that means that we need to do that research within the quadruple helix. Imagine using these four forces that I've just mentioned now to retrofit estate management and estate surveying and valuation curricula in this country. God, that's the dream that we have. Okay, I'll just quickly move because I'm looking at my clock here and I've done 17 minutes already. Now, the corporate academic needs to understand the differences, these differences. I'm not going to dwell on them, but see these differences: information, education, knowledge, application, and mastery. We miss that in our lectures. We miss that in our interaction with our students. So I'll just quickly go over them. Information is simply the things that hang around, valuable data that is just data, uninterpreted, usable bits here and there. Okay. For us to make progress in the coming years, we'll need to know how to use this information. I just mentioned the Google template here because I want to say something very briefly. Google template is simple. Every time you use your phone, every time you use anything electronic that is on the internet, Google captures that information. That information is available for the rest of the world to use. So that is how they have data that's available for anybody to do any search about anything. But I tell you something, you see this Google template, in the next few years, it will be taken over by the blockchain. The blockchain technology is more reliable than using the Google templates. And that's where we're going. So I think we should look at what information is. Second thing is education. Education is now taking that information and putting them together. Okay? But what we do now is that we just take them and put them together and teach them in schools. And that's what we do. And what they collect is a trophy by form of a certificate. All right? What we should do is to bring people out of themselves. And that is what the root word educare, it means bringing out from within. That's what we should be doing and not putting things into people. The third thing is knowledge. Knowledge is now a sequential, structured, functional, and relevant information. So we take information, we now bring it out of people and begin to create things with them in a structured, functional, and relevant way. So for us to do this, we need teachers, and that's where we come in again. We need role models, we need mentors, we need coaches. These are three different types of teachers. I tell my students that I have, anyway, when we get there, role models inspire us, but we have role models. They are not necessarily people we know. We observe them from a distance and learn from them. We have mentors. Mentors are people who inspire us as well, but we know them, we relate with them. And that's the difference between a mentor and a role model. Then we have coaches, instructors. We know them. They may not be skilled surveyors. They may belong to another profession, but they know how to bring the best out of us. We'll need these three different types of teachers. And I tell you something, I believe that academics should be these different kinds of teachers for our students, for our graduates, and for those we have encouraged to get into startups, so that when they graduate, they look back at us as mentors. Now, the fourth thing here about information, etc., is the application. Application is applying, doing what we know, what we have acquired from getting information, education, knowledge, etc. Doing it, that's application. We need to be able to do this as corporate academics. And that's why, for instance, I said here that the world admires, they only admire professors, but they pay for professionals. So I think it's something to think about. Professors should now begin to think as professionals so that they get paid. Now, the fifth thing here is mastery. By the time we do all these things, we should aim for mastery. And this has to do with skills. I'm not going to play with words here, but the words that you see there, like multiple skills, mean a lot in today's world. We also should think in multidisciplinary ways. We should have multidisciplinary skills, all right, which involves skill range and a skill set. So I'll go back and discuss this somehow. The world is changing. You know, when we talk about our profession, we talk about our profession as if it is just one unit and somebody must take this one unit or nothing. I don't think so. Our profession is one unit, but then it is segmented into different things. And we should think about that. So we should have a skill range. We should have a skill set. Skill range means multiple but different skills. Skill set means multiple but complementary. For instance, valuation is a skill set, and we can use it to do all kinds of things, including valuation of minerals, asset valuation, and all kinds of other valuations. Those are complementary skills that we need in a particular skill set. We should also have a skill range. For instance, project management is not valuation, but it's within our skill range, different skills. You should qualify as a project manager, although we teach it in school, so that assuming a client says, no, I need a project manager that can help me in scheduling, You can tell the person, I know how to use Asana. I know how to use my Microsoft project. And you are still relevant, although you're in a state surveyor. Okay, so I shouldn't dwell on these skills, the application done repeatedly, habitually, consistently, etc. But we must improve. I would quickly take my paper to an end because I'm not going to discuss a lot of all these things. Now we need 7 masteries. These things have been discussed in Okumba's paper that I heard, and the one that our forum chairman spoke on, and the other 2 speakers who spoke earlier. It's just that I've tried to put it here together. For instance, you'll see visionary. This, I'll take them one by one. Visionary is really conceptualizing, articulating, and actualizing things. We need to have that skill. Communication, we need to have the ability to connect the dots, to cast things in different ways, and to be able to convince by taking what is in our mind and putting it in other people's mind. I'm not giving too much details here because these things are subject of specialization. You can do a course on any of these things online. Most of these courses are cheap, and then you get a certificate, but you get an in-depth knowledge of most of these things. And you can bring them into your practice, bring them into the classroom. Leadership, I'm not going to discuss this as well, but teamwork is involved. You have to influence people because when you work in a team that influences people, that is what is going to lead to productivity and profitability. You have to know how to delegate, etc., etc. But then you have to know how to replicate yourself in others. Selling is, you can't compromise this. We must learn to, and there are a lot of marketing skills that you can learn online today, and they help. They help you to start a business just by selling. Start a blog. Talk about something. People get to know you. And by the time they begin to talk to you about something, you know that you can start a consultancy on that stuff. It could be an aspect of real estate. All right. So once you have done that, then think of branding, think of packaging, think of promoting what you're doing. And these are the things, the encouragement I give to my students. It's amazing how many of my students are doing things online based on these kinds of discussions that we have. Incidentally, there is one of them that is on blockchain, and she wants to write a blog on blockchain technology. And essentially, wants to link it to real estate and to show how you can help in real estate business. Business intelligence is something that I did during the lockdown, COVID 2020. I sat there and I thought to myself, why do accountants think they must have a job? Can't we also take full control of our job? And I went into business intelligence, and it's amazing. You have to know technology. You have to know how to use Microsoft Excel and a lot of other, databases, Visual Basic, simple programming that you can use to mine data. That's all these guys are doing. And by the time I know how to present that in graphs and all kinds of other ways of presenting data that makes sense, that shows what is happening behind businesses, we need to do this. Then goal setting is some other thing. There again, like I told you, I've been doing a lot of certification, all kinds of things. I have a certification in project management. It teaches you a lot of skills which you can apply. And I encourage my students to do the same thing as well. So there are different kinds of project management skills: waterfall, agile, scrum, Kanban, etc. These are things we need to know as state surveyors. We need to know them as academics because it helps us in all the things we do. There are project scheduling skills, Microsoft Project, Asana, Primavera, etc. I mean, a platform, and one day somebody says, "Oh, I need somebody who can use Primavera to do project scheduling." And I said, "Please, can you talk to me in private?" And I said, "Primavera, I know how to use Microsoft Project and Asana, and I can show you if you talk with me. Primavera, I know I have a friend who can do that." So people need these skills that are part of the subset of the things we teach in the university to estate management students. And we need to encourage our students to go on and do all these things. So we need these masteries. Now, the president of the institution and other speakers have discussed this. Personal mastery. Personal mastery is the hot cake today. We must know about emotional intelligence. We must know how to handle ourselves, know how to handle the people that we talk to, etc., etc. A friend of mine, a colleague of mine, during the lockdown, went on to do something on a course on emotional intelligence. In fact, I encouraged him to do that. And by the time he finished it, He said, boy, there are things in this world. Now, this guy sits in his house and consults on emotional intelligence to people in the United States, in Asia, and places right sitting here in Europe. So these are things, there are skills out there. As academics, we can do these things. We can help our students with these things. We can help our fellow colleagues with these things. Now, I'll wrap up. I have a few minutes to go. Now, I'll quickly mention this. I'm not going to go into too much of it, which is why I have explained, because I didn't think I'll have time to go into that. We need the 7 E's of education. And these skills are the things that we will need. We will need disciplinary expertise. We have to become experts in whatever we do. And we have to be disciplined in that particular expertise. We need real world experience. There's no point talking. Find out what is happening in the real world. I talked about these things earlier. We need to understand entrepreneurship and how it works. You know, we're discussing entrepreneurship the other day, and I said to someone, look, somebody is selling watermelon there. And it's just cutting it into 8 or 16, portions and selling. If you bought that and put it in a mixer, just 20 meters away from him, put it in a mixer and sell it as juice, you will sell it a lot more expensive than what that person sells. And that is what entrepreneurship is all about. And these are the ways we should encourage our students. Enterprise development, we should teach our students how to start businesses using the knowledge that we've given them in the classroom. Employability. Most of my students don't want to be employed. In fact, some of them work in my firm here, and all they do is that I tell them this is what to do in agency, go out. This is what to do in property management, go out. And you do that, and all they bring back is information, and I tell them what to do with that information. And they have grown. They have grown. A few of them, one is gone for an interview today in Enugu, etc. So we encourage them, and these are people that can think for themselves on their own. Then there is this other soft skills. Again, you can see it there, emotional intelligence. Then we need execution. We need to be able to execute whatever we do. Right, let me see, this may be the second to the last slide or so. Now we need, the corporate academic will need 6 key work skills. I am not going to go into detail. Ability to write, ability to analyze and define problems, ability to listen, to be able to solve problems, public speaking, presentation and communication, and then the ability to use your hands to do things. We need all of this. And this is not just a time to say, let's write papers. A lot of the papers that are written don't have relevance to anything. People just publish, like you have heard, publish or perish, And in the process of not perishing, our profession is perishing. So we bring this all together in what we call this corporate academics forever. I will encourage you to look at our website. It's called aprihero.org.uk. And that's where we live and work and do most of these things that I'm talking about. To live a spirit-filled, project-based life, transforming and democratizing public global education and change by upskilling global citizens, teams, organizations, countries, and continents, creating products, services, these are digital services, wealth and jobs, etc., etc. That is what we stand for. And we believe all of us are academics. We are in different universities in Nigeria and abroad. And what we do is to try and see whether we can transform the academic sphere for the betterment of society. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Okay.
While I forgot to introduce those who are helping us as laboratories, they are really taking notes. We have 2 academics, one Sadu Nasu from BUK, and he is the Anthony from Federal Polytechnic. They are here for us. Whatever. We'll be having cluster groups in 4. We need to be circulated so that we will have details discussion afterwards. while the program was going, our first vice president walked in. He is a lover of ethics. He was at one time the general of our bookstore institutions. Because now he's fully with us. Thank you very much, John Boo. We really appreciate you and we believe you continue to support the next academic forum. Thank you very much. And also the second vice president also walked in. We will have the privilege of formally introducing ESB Ludia Alonde. Victor Alonde, thank you very much. You're also a lover of the next academic forum. Quite a number of some dignitaries. We have Professor M.T. Ajayi, my twin brother, who is also here. We are casting one of the silently leading practitioners in the field of acquisition and acquisition. He's doing quite well. He's going to also talk to us in a short while. And I think quite a number of individuals which are there. Some faculty chairmen here, so Shina, they do that with housing, lawyer, really Abdulaziz is also here. Quite a number of Charles Levi, yes, he's still indebted to us. We expect you to deal with, but we still welcome him here. You are being the front runner on the right of way and so many other things in this profession. Thank you for coming. So without wasting much time, we move to the next presenter, which I believe is apt, and we need to balance the natural side. A woman of substance. She has distinguished herself in academics and also in practice. She's also now a regulator, not just in Niesv but in IBSC. She's doing not very well. Dr. Uche Igwafu. She's here to share her thoughts with us. So, Dr. Uche Igwafu, you're welcome to the podium.
The chairman of education and my boss at the Niesv, my president, Chief Imam Okazimike, the first and second vice presidents of it, the NUC representative, the Ministry of Works and Housing representative, our supervisory ministry, the chairman of this academic forum, distinguished professors in the academia and professors in the profession. I was meant to understand that fellows of the institution are as good as professors in the academics. So I wonder when Professor Bumba was asking to be given fellowship, I was thinking if the academia should also give the fellows to the industry professors. So I don't know how to do it. All other protocols observed. Good afternoon, everyone. And I forgot to appreciate my research supervisory team who just finished his presentation, Professor Odo and Professor Ezekwe. Yes, and my research supervisors. The topic I have today, I want to comment that this meeting is so important and and very interesting because you can see the presentation that we made so far, identifying the real problems of estate management, academics, and the industry. And it's quite happening that the stakeholders are here. And at the end of this debate, there's also going to be focus group debates or something, so that the communique that comes out of this will go a long way in introducing innovations in our profession, from the academics and into the practice. So my topic is identification of gaps and strategies for closing the gaps between the industry requirements and the estate management education in Nigeria. And by way of introduction, we have innovation is key to keeping pace with the rapid change in the new world order, as the traditional ways of doing things in some life activity sectors may no longer stand the test of time. Education is a powerful medium for creating awareness of such changes and bringing about innovations for adaptability and positive improvement in many areas of human endeavor. That includes innovations for solving real estate surveying and valuation problems effectively. The estate management education versus industry needs. What does the education plan to offer, and what does the industry need? The education produces the professionals, and they can't do it like when Professor Udo was making the presentation. He talks about the need to research to know what the industry needs. Otherwise, you will just produce graduates who may not fit in properly. And research has shown that the academic institution produces students that are sound in technical knowledge. And where they may reflect gaps is in the industry. So that is part of our reason for gathering today, to have an understanding of those gaps and how to bridge them. So the overall aim of estate management education is to produce competent surveyors and valuers with sufficient technical knowledge and skills to optimize the use of land resources to facilitate economic development. That's from BIMAS 2018. And it talks about sufficient technical knowledge and skills. The technical knowledge will help you to understand the subject matter area. The skills will help you to demonstrate that knowledge in practical terms in solving societal problems, because that's the overall, that's the bottom line. Professionals are produced to solve problems in the society. In our own case, real estate surveyors and valuers are there to solve real estate surveying and valuation problems in the society. And they need skills, knowledge and skills to be able to do that. The next thing, what does the industry need? They need competent graduates of estate management, well equipped with technical knowledge of the subject matter area and relevant skills for meeting the demands of the 21st century knowledge economy and international best practice standards in solving real estate surveying and valuation problems in the society. The gaps we are talking about now is in terms of the mismatch, whether perceived or real, between the needs of the industry and what the estate management education has to offer in terms of the graduate outcomes. What are the students? What knowledge and skills are they coming out with from the university into the industry to make a difference and solve problems? we now look at the understanding of the gaps. We are going to, the aim actually of this presentation is to identify the gaps and suggest strategies for closing the gaps, so that at the end, when we meet in our small groups, we'll be able to debate further, to expound on those issues raised and take position that will be used. Of course, all the stakeholders are here, excuse me, to touch on the curriculum, and we do that from the practice so that we have a more robust education and practice of this profession. So I'm going to focus on 4 gaps. One is entrepreneurial learning gap, gaps between the structure and nomenclature of the academic program and professional specialization areas, gaps in learning and practice of the international evaluation standards, and skills learning gaps. You can see that the problems are real because different presenters have been coming up with these gaps. So we look at the understanding of the gaps, starting with entrepreneurial learning gap. The real estate industry needs graduates that are adequately equipped with skills for being entrepreneurial in the practice of estate surveying and valuation profession. The university entrepreneurship education as currently implemented does not have the capacity to equip students with skills for entrepreneurship in the context of estate management discipline. The result is that most graduates are not able to effectively apply the entrepreneurial knowledge gained from the university in finding solutions to real estate surveying and valuation problems in the society. You know, entrepreneurship has been a new, a very current discussion all over the world. And the essence is to make people to be able to be useful, be able to apply the knowledge and be business-like. And we know that estate surveying and valuation profession is innately entrepreneurial. And there's that assumption that you don't really need to teach people how to be entrepreneurial. But experience has shown that while some people you may see as born entrepreneurs, there are others that need to be taught. I give an example of many years ago, my partner, my principal, who were just watching NTA news, watched by so many other people. After the news, somewhere along the news, he just said, there's a business in this. There's a job in this. And that was his end of watching the TV. Now went to the very early in the morning, he has crafted a proposal and moved to Abuja to see the then FCT Minister El-Rufai. And that eventually materialized into the valuation of properties in the FCT for a certification purposes. And that was how Chike Guato and partners coordinated the 36 estate surveying and valuation firms. That job, so many people watched that television, but not many saw the job aspect. So you can see some are innately entrepreneurial. It was not taught. But there are others that need to be taught to bring out the mindset for entrepreneurship, to be taught about those skills. So entrepreneurship is being taught in the university, in the academic institutions. But the gap there is that the way it is being taught will not enable students learning it to know how to be entrepreneurial in the context of estate surveying and valuation profession. You know, you will see somebody who says, a graduate of estate management, saying that I'm now an entrepreneur. I'm into bottled water industry, bottled water factory. Yes, that is entrepreneurship. But did he need to go to the university and spend 5 years to graduate before starting the business of the factory, bottled water factory? He could have learned, gone through a few months training and know how to raise the capital to get into that. So the gap, entrepreneurial learning gap we are talking about is in need to teach entrepreneurship to estate surveying and valuation students in such a way that they can know how to be entrepreneurial in the practice, in the context of the discipline they have studied in the university. That is not specific to only estate management because it also applies to other disciplines. That generic approach will not achieve helping students to be entrepreneurial in the context of what they study. And we need that for effective practice of estate surveying and valuation. Then we look at the gap between the structure and nomenclature of academic program and professional specialization areas. The structure of academic program in estate management, particularly at the postgraduate level, does not align with practice specialization areas in the industry. We know that you talk about BSc in estate management, MSc in estate management, and PhD in estate management. That is what obtains in most universities. While in the industry, we have been able to come up with the issue of specialization areas. We have valuation, we have property management, we have land administration, and even created business groups or business faculties. Business asset and intellectual property, and so many of them. So we think the fact that we just talk about estate management and we now come into the practice and see all these other specialization areas presents a gap. Even the person studying estate management may not actually understand where he fits into the industry because of the way the broad base, even estate management is a specialization area. So there is also a gap in the name of the undergraduate program as estate management as against estate surveying and valuation to align with the name of the profession in the industry. Professor Gumba and some other speakers touched on that, and I hope we'll be able to argue it out in small group discussions and come up with something unified so that every institution will be able to come up with a name that is known all over. Then we look at the gaps in the learning and practice of the IVS, International Valuation Standards. Looking at the background, the International Valuation Standard sets the IVS, International Valuation Standard Council, sets the valuation standards worldwide. And the essence is to have a harmonized valuation standard. And also to bring, when you have harmonized standard, you'll be able to see consistency in valuation carried out by a valuer in Nigeria and another one in US, in any other part of Africa, in UK. That is consistency because there is a standard. Comparability. When you look at the valuation reports and the processes, you'll be able to clearly see that this has followed the set standard. And then transparency in valuation of assets of all types. The IVSC has published international valuation standards comprising 5 general standards, which provide requirements that are applied to all aspects of valuation. They have also published 8 asset-specific international valuation standards, which gives the requirement for valuation of specific assets, tangible assets, intangible assets, real property assets, financial instruments, development property, and so on and so forth. So apart from the one that gives you generic knowledge of generic standards of valuation of all sorts, we now have the standards that gives requirements for valuation of different asset types. And in Nigeria has adopted international valuation standards. We have the Green Book. We all know that. And we have also adopted the RICS Global Valuation Standard as our delivery framework. This is well known in the industry, but in the academics, it is not yet so. The learning of the international valuation standard is just part of the professional practice course that is learned maybe at the final level or so. So that course does not give enough room to be able to expound on the content of the international valuation standards. But these are very important in valuation of all aspects. So another gap is that the IVSC membership is open to valuation professionals, valuation professional organizations. We know that the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers is a valuation professional organization member. Is a member as VPO member. The SVABON is also an institutional member. Individuals do not belong. There's no provision for individuals to become members. But members of these organizations indirectly become members of IVSC and are well represented in the organization. There's also room for standard regulatory bodies. NUC can become a member, NBTE, they can sponsor IVSC programs. But the issue is that the awareness is not yet there. Academic institutions, departments, in fact, departments that run estate management or valuation courses are supposed to be members. It is one of the key issues, key debates in the IVSC all over the world, because that gap is not peculiar to Nigeria now. The IVSC is trying to find out how best to integrate IVSCs into the academic curriculum of universities. I hope by the end of the debate we are going to have this afternoon, we'll come up with a solution or ideas for that, which we can even contribute to the International Valuation Standard Council. The users of professional valuation services, like financial institutions, government, private sectors, and corporate bodies, can also sponsor IVSC programs. We know that these are PwC, which is a chartered accounting firm, is a member, and some other ones. Then the gaps. Now the gaps in learning of the international valuation standards is the next slide. And the gaps there are the fact that IVSC is well known and applied in the industry. And the learning of the IVSC in the academic institution is very limited. There is also a gap in the membership of the IVSC because valuation professional organizations and the regulators are also members, but the educators, those who train estate surveyors and valuers, are not members of the international valuation standard that presents a gap. Next slide. And the next one is the skills learning gap. Skills. The professional standards for estate surveying and valuation practice does not have any documented skill set required for estate surveying and valuation practice in Nigeria. The board is already in the process of coming up with this, because this is very important because of the fact that academic institutions do not have, the profession doesn't skill sets, then the academic institution may not know what the industry needs in terms of the skill sets for the practice of the profession. The skill sets that most academic institutions now use are what is contained in the academic standards, the NUC standards and the NBTE standards, which when I said talked about the overall aim of education from BIMAS 2018, it talks about the relevant skills, and in that documents the series of skills. So the professional body does not have such provision, because that will have helped the academic institution to understand the skills needed for the practice of the profession. So the lack of clear set of skills standards from the professional practice makes it difficult for the academic institutions to understand the skill sets which effective estate management education should provide to meet the needs of the industry. This lack of unified standards of skill sets between the academic standards and professional practice standards presents a gap that needs to be filled. Then we go to the next slide, which is now suggestions on how to bridge the gaps. Overall, effective closing of the gaps can be achieved through close collaboration between the academic institutions and the standards setters, NUC, NBTE, SVABON, even the Niesv, the professional practice, to review and introduce innovations in the design, structure, and delivery of the academic curriculum for estate management. Such collaborations can even extend to the real estate academics and practitioners coming together in regular town and gown events to share experiences for positive improvement. The strategies are quite many. Some of the presenters have talked about the need from the curriculum, the delivery of the curriculum. They need to have mentors. They need to have what do you call it? Others that drive such and bringing in practitioners as lecturers. So these are part of the innovations that need to come into the academic curriculum if we need to close the gaps. Such collaborations are quite necessary, and we are talking about them, and we are expecting some positive results. Then the next talk about how to close entrepreneurial learning gap. And the suggestion there is that to introduce discipline-based entrepreneurship education, specifically for estate management students, and such discipline-based entrepreneurship education should be taught by estate management lecturers. A discipline-based entrepreneurship education should adopt a mixed approach, whereby you can now have one course. It could be real estate entrepreneurship education or whatever. That course should be done by every student of estate management. The different universities can look at their curriculum to know whether it fits in the year 1 or year 2 or wherever, but it should be good for the course to be offered before students go out on SciWest, so that they will talk and know what they have learned in that course, which gives more creates more of awareness about entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial mindsets, the attributes. So when they go into practice, into their places where they do SciWest, students' industrial work experience, they will be able to try to experience this or ask questions or find out areas where they can be, where they can demonstrate their entrepreneurial mindset. And by so doing, they can even bring something new into the organization wherever they are. So the discipline-based entrepreneurship, the next should be the teaching of entrepreneurial skills that reinforce skills and competencies for professional practice specialization areas should be embedded in the core estate management courses, like the core estate management courses, valuation, property management, investment appraisal, and so on. All the core courses should have the teaching of entrepreneurial skills embedded within the course. What that does is that as a student is learning this, he's already seeing the areas where he can apply this knowledge when he comes out from the university and make his own contribution in solving problems in the society. And that Professor Gumba, I entirely agree with him on this issue of train the trainer, the issue of professors feeling that they are teachers. A research I carried out shows that most Nigerian university lecturers mainly use lecture as for the curriculum delivery. And that lecture is not the best method of delivering skills. So the result is that our graduates have sound knowledge of the subject matter, but they don't have that can-do spirit in application of those knowledge. So to do that, if we have a new curriculum, new entrepreneurial curriculum, there is need to train the teachers, train the academics who are going to communicate this on how to teach it. I have developed an entrepreneurial curriculum using valuation as a case study. In fact, it shows how to embed entrepreneurial skills into valuation curriculum from year 1 to year 5. And that would be a subject of its own teaching. And I think some other time when we have opportunity, we can share and discuss that to make it very open on how to teach or how to implement the entrepreneurial curriculum in the core real estate surveying and valuation course. Then the next slide, we look at how to close suggestions on how to close the gaps in the structure and nomenclature of the academic program and professional specialization areas. And one of the suggestions there is to unbundle the structure of the postgraduate program in estate management to provide opportunity for academic institutions to offer professional diplomas, MScs, and PhDs along core practice specialization areas like valuation, property and facilities management, real estate agency, real estate dispute resolution, auctioneering. I think auctioneering is one of the main issues we are fighting in the industry, fighting with people who are not estate surveyors and valuers. So if there's opportunity to unbundle at the base You have estate management or whatever new name we may come up with. But at the higher level, we now unbundle and break out the specific core areas of the discipline to showcase what also happens in the industry. It will go a long way to help to bridge the gap between education and practice. Then, okay, to align with what obtains in the industry, and it also encourage broadening of the knowledge base and teaching of skills for specific practice specialization areas. You agree with me that with the course as estate management, it will be very difficult if you are talking about estate management at the postgraduate level. What we may have is you can only project other areas, specific areas of the discipline from the research that is carried out. But when you have stand-alone specific subject matter areas, it will help to deepen knowledge and broaden knowledge of specific specialization areas. And we bring it, you know that at the higher level, research is very important for production of knowledge. But if I may borrow from somebody, one of my research supervisors that talks about the AAC of knowledge, archaeology, architecture, and construction of knowledge. When you have valuation as a specialization area at maybe master's level and PhD level, it gives you the opportunity to actually deep down. The archaeologists, what do? They dig in, they dig and find out what knowledge is available in this area. Where are the gaps? Where are the gaps? The architects, archaeology, architecture, that is where design comes in. The architecture of knowledge. When you dig up knowledge that is available in that area, you know what has been done and what has not been done, and you now decide which gap you want to fill. In fact, postgraduate, higher graduate courses should come up with contribution to knowledge, new knowledge. That is how to produce new knowledge. Then having known what is there, the next thing is now to design on how to produce new knowledge. Architects design, isn't it? So that is the archaeology, architecture, and then construction of knowledge. You build, when you design, you now build and come up with new thing that is seen. That is the archaeology, architecture, and construction of knowledge idea. So we go to the next slide. Closing the gap between the learning and practice of international valuation standards. The challenge here is the need to integrate the IVS into the curriculum for estate management to enable effective exposure of the IVS in the academic curriculum to the extent that can easily be reinforced by the evaluation practice experiences in the industry. But the academic curriculum for estate management study at the undergraduate level is already congested. That is a problem, and that presents the gap. And we now look at suggestions on how to close the gap between the learning and practice of the international valuation standards. One is to introduce the learning of valuation standards as a specialization area at the postgraduate level. For instance, if we now have valuation at the postgraduate level, there's no way you can study valuation at the postgraduate level or PhD level without having the depth of study of the valuation standards. And when you talk about valuation standards, it will now encompass other standards, other international standards that have been adopted by the IVSC. You have the International Property Measurement, something like that, and so many others. So there's no way you cannot study those ones. And then deepen the basic, and what it does is to deepen the basic learning of the general standards started at the undergraduate valuation course, and it also enables the learning of wider scope and depth of standards in asset-specific areas like valuation of real property, plant and equipment, business and business interests, intangible assets, financial and non-financial instruments, and so on. Next, how to close the gaps in learning and practice of IVS continued. Real estate educators, yes, we said that the education is the academics are not members of. They need to be there through their respective academic institutions. That is, universities can register to become members of the IVSC, polytechnics that offer estate management and valuation. Then the regulatory bodies, the NUC and MBTE, that regulate academic standards, that provide academic standards for education, estate management education, and even government agencies should sponsor or join the IVSC programs. Then by being part of the IVSC, the academics stand to gain one, it affords real estate academics opportunity to contribute in the setting of valuation standards worldwide and domesticating them in a national valuation standard. You can see that in Nigeria, because we are not members, we get those standards and comply. But our voice needs to be heard. We need to have opportunity to lend our voice to the issues, in those international standards. We have very intelligent Nigerian estate surveyors and valuers, and even those in practice, but they need to be part of it to provide so that their own voice will be heard in the setting of those standards. And the process of joining the IVSC as academic member is stated, provided in the IVSC website. And if you want your department or your university to get involved, go through the process. The Membership Standards Recognition Board of the IVSC, that is of which I'm a member, is always there to follow through the process, give the guidance and support to get the academic members. So if you have interest, think about it, and I'm always available to give further guidance. Then closing the skills learning gap. A lot has been said on this. So you define skill sets for estate surveying and valuation practice to guide the education providers on what the industry expects from effective estate management education. Like I said, Niesv has started this process, and by the time everything is concluded, there will now be a documented skill set for practice of estate surveying and valuation, which academics will also know this. And this forum provides opportunity, again, in our small group discussions to come up with the kind of skills we are talking about. I have given the lump sum of those skill sets for core. We need skill sets for core professional areas of practice, like valuation, property management, and so on. Don't mind me using valuation and property management so much as example. There are so many others, and many of you here belong to different what you call practice specialization areas. We also have entrepreneurial skill sets. I have just glossed over it, but there are details of how to apply the entrepreneurial skill sets and how to apply them in various aspects. The soft skill sets, the ICT skills sets. And I conclude now. The ideas in this presentation are meant to inform debate, arguments, and brainstorming by this forum to enable decision-making and strategic actions that will help to close the gaps and effectively connect estate management education with the industry. The expected outcome of the arguments and debates on the issues should be actionable solutions that will form part of the resolutions of this summit. And I must say that at the end of this, we may see there may be need for us to look at what we already have, what we have been doing, and have they been going well? Do they meet the practice in the rapidly changing economy? And of course, the topic says a rapidly changing world. That means that things are also rapidly changing. So we don't stick to the fact that this is the way we have always done it. If we discover that there are new ways we can do it, and it's very important that the regulators are here so that when they're able to see a superior argument why what has been done or what is being done does not meet the current standard, they will be ready and prepared to include that and permit the new practice. You are giving me 2 more minutes. I don't really need 2 more minutes, but I'll use 1 minute to thank you very much for your attention and for listening. And I wish you successful deliberation at the end of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mrs. Ubatu. We really appreciate you're always there for me, personally. Yeah, any academic work. She was my vice chairman when I was education committee chairman of the institution. And she has always not ceased supporting whatever idea I brought on. Thank you very much. Without wasting time, there are 2 online speakers. Each will be having 15 minutes because we want to finish all the presentation by 2 so that we will have our lunch and then take group photograph outside and then move to the dining for the lunch. There are still, yeah. When we take the 2 online, we'll take the remaining here. Yes, my God bless. 15 minutes. Let's see how it goes. We are appealing to speakers to speak to their papers. These are renowned professors, 2 of them that will be speaking one after the other so that they will just speak to their paper and they will move ahead. First is Professor I Kapulu. She's online. Can you?
Can you hear me?
Good, that's all. Okay, for 10 minutes. The chairman and the president have directed me to appeal to our erudite professors online. Professor Kapulu, she's a professor of land management and valuation. Please, your time starts now. 10 minutes.
Can I share my paper? Can I share my screen? Can I share my screen? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can see you.
Share your screen, share your screen.
Can I share my screen? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, noble colleagues. If you can hear me, can I rest on all existing protocols so that I don't use up part of my 10 minutes? Good afternoon. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank you, my brother and friend, Professor Nuhu, for inviting me to speak at this occasion. The first two summits were excellent, and I'm glad that we have a third one. My role is very simple. What I'm supposed to do this afternoon is to speak on, just to share some experiences from overseas and see how, as we go forward, we can incorporate some of these thoughts into our own review. So I'll start with a very basic comment or introductory thought. Specialization is the main catalyst for the growth of any profession. And that's the thrust of my speaking for today. Specialization should start from the cradle. As a medical doctor, you cannot expect to be both an orthopedic surgeon and a specialist gynecologist at the same time. One will suffer and the other may succeed, or both of them, you would not have any expertise at all. So we want to encourage specialization from day one. But one other thing I have noticed and has come through in some of the thoughts, and I listened to the excellent papers from Professor Gumba, Professor Udo, and my dear sister Zegwatu. I've listened to all your papers, but some of the very key things are that there are skills that academics must possess, in addition to all the skills that professionals possess. And these are skills we must not downplay. Otherwise, it will lead to lowering of standards, as is already happening. And we need to take steps to make sure that that does not continue. So there are core skills for those who have chosen to go down the path of academia, and they are must-haves, they are non-starters. However, synergy is required to ensure that we have a win-win on those who are on different sides of the divide: academia, professional practice, and the industry that we serve. So these are my introductory thoughts. Now for estate management, again, we're aware we have bachelor's degrees, we have HNDs, we have different routes through which we can become professional estate surveyors and valuers. But to remain dynamic, to remain relevant in the 21st century, one thing that is constant is that we must continue to change. And whether it's through NUC regulations or it's through regulations from the professional body or whatever, the regulatory board, whatever it is, what is constant is that there's the need for us to acquire innovation and digital skills. And I was really excited listening to Professor Udo's paper, and this is one way to give us, an edge over the competitors we have out there. So I'm going to show three very simple examples of what is happening outside, and I'll explain why I have chosen some of these examples for my presentation. So let's look at the first one, the University of Reading, popular university, UK's #2 for dealings in land management and land economy. Now, they run a 3-year degree program. You would recall that for the UK, you come in from A levels. Entry requirements, basic O levels in maths and English, and any 3 subjects at the A level in which you must score A and 2 Bs. So that is their requirement. Now, for this course, they introduce the students to an understanding of the property sector in the first 2 years, and in the 3rd year, they allow them specialize. Now, like what I have said, we know where the foundations of NIESV have come from. We know how rooted we are in the RICS concepts and how we built around that. Now, they have run these courses for many, many more decades than we have, but it's 2 years, basic foundational learning, and in the 3rd year, they move on to more specialist things. So in the first 2 foundation years, this build a strong understanding of the core subjects of economics, finance, business management on one hand, planning, building on the other hand, law as a 3rd group, and valuation. So you can cluster them in terms of the core competencies that we expect people who want a career in this field to have. Management, finance, economics, planning, building, law, valuation, and how we can apply them to the real world. However, in the third year, each student is enabled to develop an understanding in a specialist area from the third year, such as development and planning or investment and valuation or whatever it is. So the student has a choice to tailor their own degree by choosing from different subject combinations based on what they want to do. So in the first year, you have mandatory subjects. In the second year, you have 5 mandatory subjects. In the third year, for the BSc program in University of Reading, there are 23 subjects, from which a student, based on their choice of what they would like to specialize in at the undergraduate level, can choose a combination of 5 or 6 from a whole pool. And these would be tied towards either law, property law area, or property finance, or property management, whatever it is, but you need to have a combination of what you are doing. Now, they also run a BSc in investment and finance and property for people who are also interested in managing property, but also at the same time working with the financial institutions. Both of these BScs are recognized by the RICS. None is superior or inferior to the others. Let's look at the Cambridge University. They do not run a BSc in estate management, they never have. Cambridge University offers a BSc in land economy. And that course is designed for those who want to become property surveyors. But in addition to becoming property surveyors, are interested in public policy, environmental law, economics. Again, this course is accredited by the RICS. RICS takes ownership of the course, and in the pathway to becoming a chartered surveyor, you can choose to go down the land option, the land management option. You get your normal chartering like everybody else and get your MRICS or ARICS, whatever it is. But the Department of Land Economy in 2016 developed a master's degree in real estate for the first time without having an undergraduate real estate course, even though the land economy is registered, is recognized. And this course also enjoys the same RICS accreditation. And I think that, this is part of how, or this particular course sort of satisfies the theme of this summit, because it's a course that tries to bring together industry and academia. Now, it's not a Master of Science, it's not a Master of Arts, it's a Master of Studies. That's what it is called at the university, at the Cambridge University. The simple reason is because it's offered as a part-time course through a combination of distance learning and in-person learnings. But the course is for experienced professionals. And what it does is that it combines academic rigor with significant industry inputs. Now I want to pause here. I mean, looking at the crowd, I could see that my HOD, Dr. Ihwa, is there. When we designed our MSc program at the university back in 2014, 11 to 14, one of the things we decided from day one was to run a module similar to that of the University of Reading, whereby in the first year on the MSc, or first semester, all the students learn together. In the second semester, you choose your specific pathway. We recognize that professionals have a lot of field experience that we cannot buy in the classroom. And one of the ways in which field experience can come into academia and chart the course for the future of this profession is to engage practitioners in postgraduate degrees. Help them, guide them through the process of converting their knowledge through academic rigor to becoming what the public can consume, reducing their personal biases, and at the end of the day, resulting in rich publications. Our MSc program has 5 options. And honestly, over the last 7 years, I can attest to the fact that we have moved this profession in different directions at the postgraduate level than we would have achieved if everybody were doing the same option throughout the course. So you have a land management and sustainable development option. And when you look at the academic publications coming out from that area, you're satisfied. We have a property and facilities management and facilities, a property maintenance and facilities management option. And that option, the publications, you can see that they are breaking new grounds. We have people who are also doing the property development option, and then those in investment analysis and valuation. What this is doing is that it is helping people who have developed core competencies, core skills, 15, 20, 30 years of practical experience in the field, come into academia and enrich knowledge in academia, and not just the other way around. There's a limit to how much we know and how much we can continue to impact without taking in from those who are coming in from industry and from practice. Now, sorry. So let's look at that for the University of Salford, which is the last of the three that I'm sharing. They do not run estate management. They do not even have a faculty of environmental sciences or environmental studies. I think they have faculty of science or school of science, environment, and it's quite complex. But they offer a bachelor's degree in real estate development and management. Again, this course is owned by the RICS. They will become chartered surveyors like everyone else, but that's the course. It's a 3-year course. In the first year, they develop a framework. They explore legal, economic, and technical aspects of real estate. In the second year, they move on to integrate planning, property and asset management. And in their final year, they expand their knowledge in areas such as conservation, strategic planning, and they also multidisciplinary projects. Now, why have I shown these 3 different cases? We keep having this long-standing argument over changing the nomenclature from estate management to estate and valuation. And at some stage, we need to cut some slack on this. This is not how it works in the rest of the world. The professional association can choose to adopt courses that are relevant and provide foundational knowledge for a pathway towards becoming a chartered surveyor. And the more of such opportunities that can be created, the better for the profession. So what is common in all these 3 courses is that they have different nomenclature, different titles. There's nothing like estate surveying, but you cannot put everything together. The profession has grown so wide. I'm sure today, what was maybe a department of medicine grew to become a college of medicine. A college of medical sciences now has faculties under it. Faculty of nursing, faculty of basic medical sciences, faculty of clinical sciences. It probably never was like that in the beginning. They have grown. And NUC is not against the creation of new disciplines. That's one thing we fail to realize. You can come up with a proposal to NUC to create a department that has never existed before. Provided you are able to provide all the justification that is required and all the minimum standards, you could pioneer new courses in Nigeria. Other faculties are doing it and they're getting ahead of it. It's about time that we begin to think about that. There are clear procedures and those procedures. Now, our sister professionals, the architects, and I'm sure my brother, Professor Nuhu, will be smiling. They've advanced to that stage. They have moved on, and it has become recognized and accepted by the NUC that we now have a faculty of architecture. So where were we? Debating on change of name? The Faculty of Architecture now has as almost 7 departments, and all these departments will be under the NIA because they would need professional affiliation upon graduation. The most recent one is the Faculty of, is it Management Science, the Faculty of Entrepreneurship.
Communication Arts.
Is it communication? I know some, communication, I mean, there are a few, So Faculty of Management Sciences has broken up into different faculties from one parent faculty. We have entrepreneurial faculty coming up, and my university, the Rivers State University, recently have now set up a faculty of entrepreneurial studies. It's one of our new campuses coming up, and we're going to be running courses. And one of the courses at the inception of that faculty I had developed, which was about 3 years back because I was part of the committee that laid the foundations, was entrepreneurial real estate. For people who are interested, who just want to be entrepreneurial, in real estate entrepreneurs. They're not estate surveyors, they're not valuers, they're guys with money who want to understand the rudiments of becoming entrepreneurs in real estate. And so the way that faculty will be run is that different departments will suggest courses to that faculty, and the departments will be responsible for delivering those courses. So architecture has taken the lead, coming up with several departments. In the last NUC, review exercise, they stood away because they're coming up as a faculty, right? And we are still toying with, where we should go. So I think I just want to make this as food for thought. If our profession has become so wide that we cannot learn everything and everything has become too crowded, the syllabus, the students are just being stressed with too many new courses, some of which would have been better off as a department. We now have new departments, even in environmental sciences. My university has set up a department of environmental management under the Faculty of Environmental Sciences, which wasn't always there. And staff from estate management are moving to take the lead in that particular department as well. So the jack of all trade approach to real estate education is outdated for the 21st century, period. That's something we need to think about. There's nothing like I'm a jack of all trade. It doesn't exist in this century. Each aspect of the profession can further specialize within itself. And it is impossible to do justice to any one area of undergraduate study without specializing further. Specialization should commence before graduation where possible. If this is not possible, specialization should be the model. It should be the model for all postgraduate programs. It should not be optional. You cannot say, I want to go and do a master's in estate management. How does that fly? What are you studying? What part of it do you want to master in? You need to master in something. And one of the things we have done in our department, for each of the 5 specialist options for the MSc program that we run, there is a lead researcher. So for all the people who come in to do an MSc with a sustainable development and land management option, I would lead on that. For those who are doing environmental valuation, the lead for that option is Professor V.A. Akujuru. So that's the way we have done it. For those who are going into investment valuation, we have Dr. Ekenta. Those who are interested in environmental valuation, we have Dr. Mrs. Wokikoro. So it is time that we began to think about that. A profession can only grow with specialization, with people bringing in novel ideas and developing new frontiers in learning, particularly at the postgraduate level. So I want to commend one of the changes that NUC has introduced in the current review of the estate management syllabus, which I was privileged to have been part of, having received inputs from several universities and several departments of estate management. All of them were put together and harmonized, is that NUC has now restricted itself to 70% of the curriculum. That is mandatory in the BMAS. And the remaining 30%, each department of estate management is at liberty to decide on what those courses are based on their core areas of strength. And we want to see professors who profess what they profess, taking the lead in designing some of these new courses in your, for instance, there are areas of competence. I mean, when you come into Rivers State, the issues on ground, oil spill valuation and things like that. When you go to places where there are cement factories, we have issues with air pollution and other sorts of things, land degradation. So we need to see a bit more in this 30% that NUC is recommending, which is about 45 units, which could be whatever, up to 20 courses if they are 2-unit courses or more. And that's just the minimum. I mean, it's within the 150 units Some schools go as high as 180, some 190 units for a 5-year program. So the liberty or the latitude has now been provided subsequent, till whenever it is launched, for universities and the profession to take ownership of some of these extra units outside of the NUC mandatory units to be able to develop the core competencies and specialize. We want to see specialization. We want to see people saying, I took JAM, I want to real estate management, but I want to go to IFE because IFE is strong in XYZ. We want to see people saying, I want to do estate management, but I'm going to Unilab because I like their construction. We want to see people, yeah. So those are some of the things I'm hoping that at the end of this summit, we will begin to look at, and the strongest of all the recommendations I would really like to make is that if the architects could get a faculty for themselves, I don't see what stops estate management getting a faculty of real estate and churning out degree programs across our faculties. And I know that we can develop up to a minimum of 5 strong BScs that are all offshoots of estate management and take full ownership of them at the professional level. So I want to thank you once again, the chairman of the occasion, and I just want to thank, my president. I want to thank the academic fora. I want to thank NUC people who are present on the floor there for having me speak. And I'm done with my presentation. Thank you very much.
Please come on, and I think the IT people will share his paper.
No, it's the presenter that sharing.
Okay. Prof, are you live? Can you talk? Can we hear
Yes,
you?
I can hear you very clearly. Yes, indeed.
Professor Charles Egolo, we appreciate Professor Kapulu for our presentation. And a lot of suggestions has been made, which is looked at by Professor Charles Kapulu, are you with us?
Yes, I'm coming on.
Please do. You just have 10 minutes. No protocol. Let's move straight.
Wait. Tell him to move on video.
Some of the papers have just been sent in now. We'll share it online. Most of you that have educated your children. So, okay, Professor Charles, share your paper. Can you speak?
Okay. Please, I'm having a bit challenges sharing.
Immediately after Professor Charles will take you from Vice
No.
Then there's that attached to just a short presentation. Close the presentation. Prof, Egulu, how far? Are you sending your paper to us so that we can check it? But since you have the paper, you can talk to the paper. You can go ahead and speak to the paper. We have the full paper. And it's already circulated.
Okay.
This full paper is in the packet. It's about the presenter that sent in the presentation.
Prof, everyone, I just go ahead and speak to us. And here I discuss the last one. It's from Anam Classical University, Oka. Not wrong, please take care of us. Can you speak? Hope you're hearing me. You can go on also and talk to us. I don't want to say you are still analog, but I told you are computer compliant. Okay, can we check the next person before you? Are you with us? From Germany. Dr. Ayo, are you with us on the phone?
Prof, I'm here with you.
Okay, it's just 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Okay, are you going to share from your end there or?
Go ahead.
I don't seem to see the screen. Do I have to share from my end?
You have blown beard.
Sorry?
You have blown beard.
Prof. Let me also stand on existing protocol. I'm waiting for my paper to come up on your side. Unless I have to look for it on my side. Yeah, it's very. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to be shared.
You can share from your end.
Oh, okay. I need to share from.
Yes, you can share
from your end.
Okay. Okay. I have to quickly. So I need to quickly get it up because I didn't know that I would have to share from it.
But you can see your own paper from there. You can speak to it. Let me see. I'll send it here to say. Go ahead and present.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for it from my end so that I can open from my end. Okay. Okay, now I want to share. Can you give me the start to share?
The green button there says share screen.
Yeah, I got it. Like I said, I want to stand on the existing protocol. I don't know now. I can't. Now I'm sharing my screen, but it's not moving.
Yeah, just continue to speak if you see it over. Okay, it's on.
You're up. You're up.
Okay, you can see it like. Okay, good. So now I want to talk to estate surveying and valuation has been no longer business as usual. A lot of people have spoken to what the future actually holds. We are no longer in 1969, we are no longer in the 80s, but we are in that age where the fourth industrial revolution is actually an ask. And what had stimulated the continuous dynamism in world economics, in professionalism all over the world. Now we speak to the issues of Internet of Things, ethical practices, inclusivity, and all of that. And you know, it's moving at such a rate that if we do not change the vision, if we do not refocus our vision, then we would actually be left behind in the scheme of things. Now you see a lot of other professions coming up, and they are straying into the places or into the areas which hitherto we had called to be our own. Now we got IFMA, that's the facilities management. We have in other climes now we're having human settlement coming up as estate management. Now we are having I mean, we're having so many that I wouldn't even want to talk about now because there are just so many of them. Now, from Prof. Kakulu had actually said this. Now, in medicine, there had actually been evolution. It's no longer the general practice. Now, funny enough, I have a friend now who is a medical doctor, but he's actually into robotics. He does a lot of operation using robotics, and I think now he's developed some robot which is able to use to do operation for sort of cancer and all of that. Now, mass communication, again, had also evolved. Now, I think in the Lagos Business School or Pan-African University, now there is a BS in social media. There is now intercultural communication, journalism, public relations, advertising, and all of that. And architecture that Prof. Kakulu also spoke about. I know that I do a postdoc in the university in South Africa. And I know that now in our university, architecture is actually a faculty on its own under the School of Built Environment and Engineering and all of that. Architecture now has a degree in interior design, in landscaping, and all of that. So that's just an example from other professions. Now, estate management, a lot of things have also been said by the previous presenters. There are schools who now offer estate management in degrees such as sustainability in real estate. So they have a BS in sustainability in real estate, in hotel planning and valuation. And you know, the list is actually inexhaustive. And you know, we're not just talking about the UK, we're talking about Asia, we're talking about America. And what makes this to be knocking imminently on our doors is because the world had become a global village. If we say that we are still going to sit where we are, and we are still, I mean, I'm sorry to say this, but now we are still talking about a name and all of that. The world had gone actually beyond that. Names, I think when Prof. Udo finished presentation, I said, well, that's a professor of future studies, because the focus now is on future. We need to start thinking about the future, no longer about name appellation, but about the future. I said the world is moving with time and dynamism of the people and industry need. Coca-Cola initially saw that Pepsi, or thought that Pepsi was their product. Water, people would want to, you would rather go for your water. And what did they do? They provided ever water. Taxis thought that it was kabu, there was a problem. But now we have Uber, we got, apart from Uber, we have Bolt. Now the rest is history. Telsa identified that there was a need to, I mean, because of fossil fuel issues and a lot of campaigns, because of global warming and all of that, Telsa saw that there was an opportunity. And what they did was to invest heavily in electronic cars. And it's a world market. Elon Musk is smiling every day to the bank. And I think he bought Twitter not a long time ago. I mean, last week, recently, he bought Twitter for 40-something billion pounds. That's a lot of money. Now, in the recent past, you needed a travel agent to be able to book your ticket. But now, with your phone, you are able to do all of that. Malls are closing down. Why? Because you can buy what you need to go and buy in the mall. You can actually buy it from Alibaba online. You can buy from Jumia. And logistics is becoming the order of the day. In the previous past, if someone told you he was going to read logistics in the university, you look at him like, what are you thinking about? But that is now the profession of the future. And I put an example here. Our bank PhD foretold said one day cars are going to run on water. Yeah, bank PhD is dead now, or is moribund. But hey, who knows? A lot of research is going on every day. Who knows? Very soon, cars will be able to run on water. And I say to us, are we not going to smell the coffee? Estate management had actually evolved. We need to evolve with the time. We are operating in a context that presents significant risks because now we seem to be dwelling on the past. But again, there are actually a lot of opportunities for us. Whatever anyone is building, whatever robotics anyone is building, the basis of all human activities will continue to be land, which is where our profession is built. Where are we coming from in terms of the summit? We have the first education summit, which backed the new name. The second summit, which was in Yabatech, helped us. I mean, we thought about developing a framework, but you know, again, we are here at the third summit. We're still talking about things which we spoke about in those first two summits. We need to move from that position. We need to be forward-looking. We need to position ourselves in the scheme of things. This is the 21st century. We're talking about the Internet of Things. So it is no longer business as usual. It is no longer business as usual. The needs of the people are changing. There are new problems. There are new, and again, look at it from this viewpoint. Corona, nobody thought that the face of things would change in the whole world, but Corona started, here we are now. Hotels initially thought that, well, nobody can take over our businesses, but now I want to travel, what do? I go on Airbnb, I rent an accommodation from the owners directly. So even as a state surveyors and valuers, as people who manage properties, if we are not careful, we would soon have to probably start competing with people like our Airbnb and all of that. So we need to realize that it is no longer business as usual. Our problems are actually beyond just the name change. We need to change the mindset. We need to understand that the times which we walk in now is no longer the time of the past, but it's the time of the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. We don't have much time. Is Professor Ebulo ready? Prof.
Yes, I'm coming on.
Why? Just 10 minutes. That's the last online presenter. Okay, you are pressing it. Start presenting. I'm sure Prof will present under 5 minutes. Sure.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes, very loud and clear. Go ahead. No problem.
Mr. Chairman.
We can hear you very well.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. We can hear you.
You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you. May I stand on already established protocol and appreciate the chairman of the occasion as well as my national president and all of you there on the floor. Thank you very much. My presentation is as titled, Bridging the Gap Between Industry Requirements and Estate Management Education in Nigeria. And that's what we are actually trying to do. And I commend all the presenters before, resource persons that have presented papers. They are wonderful scholars. I align my presentation with theirs. And my discussion is categorized on these 8 items: introduction, training of state management, practitioners in Nigeria, and so on, up to bridging the gaps and conclusion. The issue of introduction, all the previous presenters have actually dwelt on that. And we know that with industrial revolution and the continuous revolution in technology and things, there is need for us to continue to change, to adapt to the new situations. In the past, some people, scholars have actually identified that there are gaps in the industry and the state management training in the country. Pat Noller, far back in 2015, the former president, noted that real estate industry has developed greatly, that employers of labor in the industry no longer employ based on certificate, but requisite competence. And this is why we must ensure that our training of the students is in response, is a requisite to the industrial needs. And the exercise, on the whole, is to make agreements and engage collaborations for sustainability of the practice and also development of the institution. Other scholars have found out that the graduates of estate management in Nigeria are found competent in 3 core areas: real estate agency, property management, and property valuation. This is out of 24 other knowledge areas they identified, which means that the graduates are very far behind the industrial expectations in over 21 expected areas. So we need to do something, and I commend the effort of the chairman of the Niesv Academic Forum for this summit. Benefit of the institution. We noted that before the coming indigenization and domiciliation of estate surveying and valuation training and practice in Nigeria, like Professor Gumba noted, the training started in the Enugu, and with people trained in estate management, writing to qualify as chartered surveyors of the RICS in UK. But the domiciliation law now made it necessary for us to depart from the practice in UK to domesticate our practice here and our training. And we thank our forefathers who founded the program in the university. Thanks to Professor John Ume, OFR. Today, we have up to 36 universities in Nigeria offering degree in estate management, of which about 33 of them are accredited by the board, and over 58 polytechnics, of which only 23 are accredited. This is not very good for the quality of professionals we are producing. there need to be some galvanized activity between the owners of these institutions to make sure authorities. The authorities regulating estate management practice and training broadly into two, the internal authorities and the external authorities. The internal authorities are actually within the institutions. For instance, in the university, we have university senate, we have the faculty board, and we have the governmental board. And if you look at what I have there, the chart there, you find out that the core of the quality and the training is responsibility is domiciled in the department, and departmental board is in charge. So when they initiate changes, they have to now go through the faculty to the university senate for just formal application. These other higher authorities, the faculty board and senate, are just there to make sure that the training, the modification or change initiatives the department will adjust, conform to their overall university policy and regulation. And then the external bodies are the Estate Surveyors and Valuation Board of Nigeria, the National Universities Commission, and the NBTE. These provide and benchmark what the universities are doing to ensure they comply. But still, the problem is that the standards are still very low based on the industrial expectation. The Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers tried to help issue by providing the 15 faculties. The 15 faculties, plant and equipment, project, and so on. But these faculties should actually be a base for the industry to generate what they require and transmit them to the educational, the university system, the training system, so that they can imbibe these requirements, expectations of the various faculties into their product as they are coming out. I very much share the view of those who talk about Professor Kakulo, who talked about specialization. It is very, very necessary that at this stage, based on these specialization, even at first degree level, the students can be processed to specialize before they finally graduate, have specific areas of their interest where they will specialize. Then the practice of estate management has been identified into these various major three specialization areas: service, specialized service provision firms, and national and international one-stop shop service provision, and general global professional service. These are areas that need. Then we look at the gap, identify gap, industry requirements, and the education system. We note that the real estate industry is going into a more competitive one and on a continuous basis, while the education system has more or less remained almost stagnant over the years, failing to move in consonance with the growing trend in the industry. This is unfortunate and something very drastic need to be done to change the trend. This picture is glaringly painted by the quality of the graduates that are produced from our higher institutions in recent times, who scarcely meet up the required employability standard in the industry. Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry, I'm having some technical challenges here. I'll get back on course.
Just random, we have your teacher paper. So
okay, finally, let me just rush through it.
Yes, sir.
The gap, we identified gaps, like we noted. This challenge is not only in Nigeria. I want us to bear that in mind. For example, in India, in 2016, they noted also employability issue with their graduates, and that out of 1,500,000 engineering student graduates from over 650 colleges in 2015, 80% of them were unemployable. Only 3% had suitable skill to be employed in software and or product market-based industry. And this is a problem. So this employability or gap between industry and academia is not only in Nigeria, it's also an issue globally, especially in emerging economies.
Thank you very much.
And finally, knowledge gap. My predecessor or other resource persons have dwelled on this very much. Skill gap, Professor Udo dwelled that so much, and I share with them. Bridging the gaps. In bridging the gaps, I make bold to suggest that there should be regular review and updating of the curricula. And this must be done in collaboration with the practitioners. The training system should also be reviewed such that more practical and skilled development schemes should be built into the programs. Like we have 6 months industrial student work experience is not enough. The students should be exposed to industrial work experience from their 3rd year. When they finish their 3rd year, they can go on industrial work experience and then do another one in their when they finish their 1st semester in 4th year. And this, when you put them together, may be up to 9 months or 1 year. It will enable them to actually imbibe the trades and what the industry requires. Because the 3 months, the first one they go, some of them may not even know why they are going, and they will not take it serious. They will want to have another opportunity. They will not have that before they leave. But if they have started in 3rd year, by the time they go back in the 4th year, they will do better. And then cordial relationship between the industry and the academia. There should be a good harmony between the industry and the academia. There should not be apathy. The industrial people, people in practice, should be able to find out what the people in academia are doing. There are a lot of research findings and discoveries that are there in the shelves of the libraries in the universities. The practitioners never care to find out these things and put them into practice. Again, some of the practitioners may be lagging in the skill or the theoretical information about some new models, and because of pride and whatever you may call it, they will not want to come back to the institution to to pick these things. And when they attend MCPD or conferences, it's not enough for them to imbibe that. So there needs to be a forum for them to short-term courses program, short-term, where some of these new, like what we call modern contemporary methods of valuation, most old practitioners don't know that, and they believe it's not applicable in the country because they don't have the skill. But if there is a for short,
thank you, sir.
They can imbibe this. Upskilling the faculty is also part of the gap, bridging the gap. And in conclusion, I want to appreciate the organizers and all of you there who have given us the audience. And I want to apologize for the hitch in the technical presentation because actually network is not very comfortable here. Thank you. And God bless all of you.
These are essays of our registered with the board.
Thank you very much, my chairman, sir. I want to stand on the platform. Please get the slides on. I want to stand on the platform of the existing protocol. First of all, I must appreciate the presence of the president of our institution, Chief Manwike, and then our distinguished chairman of this background, Sir Yeshenshaw, the presence of our distinguished professors, beginning with Professor Giodo, my professor and former teacher, in that order, Professor Ogumba, Professor M.T. Ajayi, and Ode Kemiji, and other distinguished academics here. I'm here to make a discussion on this topic, estate management education, lessons from Rwanda, and of course, expectations for Nigeria. And this presentation will take, a few items. Let's go to the next slide. You have the introduction, which a lot of the previous speakers have touched one or two things there. Then we have evolution of estate management education in Nigeria, the knowledge and skills expected from estate management education in the country, the issues with the delivery of estate management education in Nigeria, the issues in estate management education in the country, and then the development of real estate education in Rwanda, the lessons that we can learn from them, and of course expectations for estate management education in our country. Generally, education seeks to provide avenues for knowledge acquisition. That knowledge acquired being developed is to empower the people, and then improve their socio-economic well-being. Education is provided by all nations for all segments of its population. But in Nigeria, it's a purpose for education, and that is enshrined in our constitution. Move to the next slide. These goals are basically 5 in number. And the first one is that education in our country should achieve the building of a free and democratic society, then the building of a just and egalitarian society, then the building of a united, strong, and self-reliant nation, and then a good and dynamic economy, and a land full of bright opportunities for all its citizens. Now, in whichever level of education we are considering, if it doesn't achieve these objectives, Yet that is not, of course, effective in nature with respect to the national goals of our country. And so even estate management education must be tailored towards achieving these 5 main objectives, because other countries align their education towards achieving their national goals. And as we're going to see, even basically in East Africa and some other parts of the world, the education is tailored towards achieving specific goals of the nation. And when you see the country progressing, then you know that its education or educational system is very, very effective. A lot of people have, a lot of the previous speakers have worked on the origin of estate management education in Nigeria. Of course, we know that it all started in Enugu and so on. But I want to emphasize that the University of Nigeria and the National University, Niesv, championed the delivery of estate management education in Nigeria for over 20 decades, for between 1970 and 1980, before every other university got involved. And so these 2 institutions influenced the curricula of a whole lot of institutions across our country. That's why when you move towards the West, most of the things you are going to see in the curriculum of the university are influenced by the curriculum at OAU. When you move across the East, what you are going to see in many universities there are also influenced by the curriculum of the estate management department at the University of Nigeria. And so these 2 institutions, of course, have in one way or the other influenced the direction of estate management education in Nigeria in the last 2 years. Move to the next slide. Then where are we now? Where are we now? We will see, move to the next slide. You see that table, there's a table. Move to the next one. You will see a table, and that shows us the distribution of tertiary institutions in Nigeria offering academic programs in estate management. Of course, we have here the public universities, private ones, public polytechnics, private polytechnics, across all the geographical zones in the country, from northeast to south. And this table shows us that the institutions predominantly are found in the southwest, both polytechnics and universities. It tells us that estate management education in the country is more developed in the southwest than in any other field. And I want to believe that regulators should look into this so that access to estate management education in the country can be equal or balanced. Otherwise, some parts of the country will have enough estate surveyors and valuers to provide estate surveying and valuation services, whereas other ones will not. And of course, God forbid that for us. Now we see here, move to the next slide, that of course, real estate education in our country has grown. Even private institutions have also got involved. Move to the next slide. Then we have the chart there. Move to the next slide, please. We are moving at a very fast pace. Move to the next slide. You can see a chart there. Private institutions have also been established, beginning with the Government University in 2002. And the reason is that land and land resources constitute a major source of wealth of nations. And their contribution is very, very important in the development of the discipline in our country. And we have seen this progress also at the polytechnic level. More private polytechnics have also been established to provide estate management education in the country. Now, what type of knowledge is expected, or what kind of skills are expected from estate management education in the country? Previous speakers have dwelled so much on a lot of skills, but the National Universities Commission have provided the guidelines for the kind of knowledge that we expect. Please move to the next slide, move to the next one. You see a table of the subject knowledge required from estate management education, beginning with mathematics, basic statistics, building construction, land surveying, law, economics, accounting,
land economy, property management, facilities management, you have property valuation, property taxation, land administration, project management, environmental impact assessment, business management, and of course, professional ethics and code of conduct. The boundaries of this subject knowledge are not limited. Each institution is expected to deepen it with emerging topics or emerging aspects of knowledge that can bridge the gap between the industry and what is taught in the classroom. And so, for example, some courses like corporate real estate management is not here, so it is expected that each institution should build into it. Courses on international real estate markets, international standards in real estate practice, and international financial and capital markets are also not here. So individual institutions are also expected to build that into it. Now, in terms of skills, the previous speakers have spoken on a wide range of skills. But let's look at what the IVAC gave to us in 2012. The whole gamut of all the skills that a real estate professional requires in practice was identified by IVAC to be six. The first one is problem solving, analytical and research skills, followed by personal skills, followed by communication and listening skills, followed by technology skills, and then the next one is project management skills, and then professional judgment skills. Now, these skills can be broadly classified into two classes: cognitive skills and general skills. The cognitive skills are meant to empower the graduates to apply knowledge in solving real-life problems in the industry. And these are the skills that they need in valuation, development, appraisal, real estate investment analysis, and so on. Things that will empower them to provide solutions to all problems concerning real estate. The general skills are basic skills that everyone could have. For example, Professor Odo talked about personal skills. You know, how to communicate, how to work as a team, how to motivate others to succeed in a team, how to lead in a team, and so on and so forth. So all these skills are classified into these two groups, and they are bound to change as the global economy changes, even at the national level too. And so whenever economy changes, these skill sets will change to meet the demand in the industry. And I don't know whether we have recognized also that, Nigeria now is part of the global village. Because if we do, it means that our curriculum must have international orientation. So that when our graduates complete their training, you'll be able to work across national boundaries. And so how is this knowledge supposed to be delivered? That takes us to the next slide. We see here that from previous speakers, they have identified that NUC and MBTE are the major regulators of estate management education in our country. MBTE at the polytechnic level. Now, no matter how good or excellent a curriculum may appear to be, if that curriculum is not well delivered, the required learning outcome will not be achieved. And so the delivery of that curriculum is very, very important. How is our curriculum supposed to be delivered? NUC also, move to the next slide, has provided about only two major modes of delivery. The first one is the lecture mode, followed by the practical mode. Now, if you look at this table, from 100 level, of course, basically this table is on estate management education at the university level. From 100 level to 500 level, you see the spread of the number of hours that the curriculum is expected to be delivered. Now, from 100 level to 400 level, the lecture hours are far, or the lecture content of the delivery are far higher than the practical content, telling us that we are dwelling more on, theoretical knowledge transfer. Now, all the previous speakers have talked about entrepreneurial skills, fitting into the industry and all of that. How will our graduates fit into the industry? when they are not deeply and adequately exposed to practical applications. It's only in 500 level that we see, the practical content being greater than the lecture mode. So this particular way of delivery must be altered in favor of the practical approach, so that our children or our students or our those who have enrolled into our programs can acquire basic practical skills, which is balanced before graduation to enable them fit into the workplace, both nationally and internationally. Move to the next slide. Now, UDO in 1993 identified that the lecture mode, which is what we are still using now, prevents the acquisition of new knowledge. And this has also been complemented by other studies. The reason is that we are seeing a trend, and that trend is that students merely get knowledge and then they recall it. And whatever they are unable to recall means they didn't learn it. When they get to practice, whatever was not taught in the classroom or whatever they could not recall becomes difficult for them to apply. Whereas, assuming we, balance the practical approach with the lecture method, it means that students will be more exposed to problem solving or practical problem solving, in which case they'll be able to generate knowledge for themselves. And when they participate in knowledge generation, they'll be able to retain that knowledge and then apply same in the industry to solve particular practical problems that they may have to solve in the industry. And so we need to look into the mode of delivery and create a balance in such a way that practical approaches dominate the current lecture method of delivery. Now, what are the issues in estate management education in Nigeria today? Some of the speakers have mentioned some, but I want to add a few others there. The first one that I noticed is recruitment of quality students into the discipline. Distinguished colleagues, maybe you may have the same experience in your own institution. You discover that a lot of our students are weak in mathematical applications. And the reason is because we are, I don't know how to put it, recruiting students basically from arts and social sciences. And that has affected their extent of understanding of the quantitative aspects of this discipline. If you look at what we do in practice, a higher proportion of what we do in practice revolves around property valuation. 2 minutes. And so from that aspect, you discover that if you are not sound in mathematics, you'll not be able to apply other aspects of knowledge. So we need to look at how we can recruit students with sound quantitative background into the discipline. The other one is absence of specialism. I won't talk more about that because others have already dwelt on it. Then the next one is globalization. Things have changed. And so the world is now becoming a global village. In that direction, we must see what we can do to align our curriculum to what is obtainable elsewhere across the globe. For example, if a Nigerian graduate of estate management leaves our country to Ghana, will he be able to fit into the industry in Ghana, or he has to undergo another level of training to be able to fit into the Ghanaian real estate industry? The same thing with Rwanda and so on. And so we need to look at our curriculum, whether it has international orientation and coverage. Now, Rwanda is a developing country. And of course, most of us are fully aware of its history, that it underwent certain levels of war or genocide or whatever. And so it is recovering and has seriously recovered. Now, real estate education in Rwanda is a little bit young, but there are things they are doing presently that is very, very encouraging. The first thing I've seen there is the involvement of students in the evaluation of teaching and learning. Involvement of students in evaluation of teaching and learning. Students are highly involved, and they do this online. They evaluate their lecturers regularly and frequently. And the feedbacks are given to the authorities to enable the lecturers modify their teaching methods and then teach very well for the students to acquire the skills that are needed in the industry. Now, the other one is blended learning. Because of the superb infrastructure that they have, especially the power infrastructure, they've been able to deploy ICT infrastructure in real estate education. And so while the face-to-face classroom interaction is encouraged, students are also taught using online learning platforms like virtual classrooms, Blackboard, Camtasia Studio, and so on. And that has given students a balanced learning environment. Now, the other one is internationalization. They have been able to attract international scholars and international students to their programs. And that has helped in giving international direction to their real estate programs. Now, what are the expectations for our country? So many people have spoken. The first one is that we need to adopt, move to the next slide on ICT adoption and adaptation. We need to adopt ICT application into delivery of estate manual education in our country. And that will mean that we need to restructure our IT strategy to support online learning. You know, at the University of Rwanda, throughout that lockdown, lectures were going on. Lecturers and students were interfacing, and they completed their sessions on time. But I don't think that happened here, especially with the fact that our infrastructure is not too sound. So we need to do more on that. Universities, polytechnics need to invest more on IT infrastructure. The other one is specialization. So many people have talked about it. Our course is too wide and it's becoming too eclectic. So if we leave it the way it is, the knowledge will not be too deep, and other disciplines will begin to encroach into it. For example, now in my university, I want to believe it's like that in other universities. In the departments of soil science now, they have brought out land management. And we fought, and because they are well positioned and greater than us, we couldn't succeed. Now they have changed the name to now soil science and land management. And I let they have changed it across the whole country. With time, those graduates will begin to fight our graduates in the Ministry of Land. And once they get a position here, and then we begin to, of course, you know what that means if they are well connected. Then we need to have a paradigm shift. Professor Odo talked about that. And then the other one is sustain real estate research. No profession can grow without sustainable research. And that is why here I'm suggesting that we have a national real estate research fund. I appreciate the presence of our president and the chairman of the board. And I want to believe that this fund, if well established, will support our postgraduate students. I just chatted with one of our postgraduate students here. Now, that fund has excluded some of our graduates from core, among the core disciplines that could access that fund resources for doctoral training. The implication is that we must align our discipline, scientifically, so that our graduates can benefit from some of these funds. But in addition, this fund will help them, especially those who are doing their master's and PhD in the discipline. Then the academia must get involved in practice too, and then the institutions must try as much as possible to obtain regular feedbacks from the industry. It therefore means that universities, polytechnics must keep up-to-date contact of employers of their graduates so that they can, help them evaluate the performance of their graduates in the industry. I want to believe if all these things are done, then with the commitment of all the regulators, estate management education in our country will move to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. At this time, I will invite ESV and Lucas to make his presentation. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I humbly want to stand on the established protocols. Actually, when I came in and I found that I'm going to speak in the midst of professors, I almost ran away. The reason is that I thought
we are going to have equal number of practitioners and equal number of practitioners, academics. Because in a summit like this, it is my belief that we in practice are supposed to come to the academics with our complaints. We should be complainants in this summit. And that's why, if you notice, what I wrote as my paper is completely different from what others have presented. Because I'm coming from the field with complaint. So during our discussions with the organizers of this particular summit, I informed them that I had the privilege to participate once in an NUC organized program. That is when there is an outfit in NUC called NGRM. One NGRM, the NUC, yeah. That NGRM is the incubator of all new courses. And that was when they wanted to introduce BSc environmental standards, social standards, and BSc in procurement. But because valuation is now, they have introduced valuation as a subject. So they called some of us to comment, which we did. So I want to believe the paper presented by Professor Kaku, that paper is wonderful because it is clear, it has given us a roadmap on where we should go. So for my paper, I actually want to commit it to the breakout session because it's more of something that should be discussed at the breakout session. So my paper, I'm committing it to the breakout session. However, before I hand over, I step down, I want to draw our attention to one particular fact, that the Ministry of Environment, the Federal Ministry of Environment today has also assumed or is assuming the status of a regulator to aspects of our evaluation practice, which the academics should note, and the board should also note. That is contained in my paper, particularly in ESIA. Another component that has emerged is that valuations are carried out as tool for mitigation of some perceived environmental damages. So if that valuation is being regulated by the Ministry of Environment, I think we need to be very careful. So we need to look at that area. So that is just the area I want to warn, and I will commit the paper to the breakout session so that in our own subcommittee we will now make.
Thank you very much. We'll be breaking out for lunch, photograph first, lunch at the restaurant. But before then, I'll call on Professor O.A. Kemiki to read out the groups and their group title and appoint the chairman of the cluster grouping. So that once we return from lunch will be for just 30 minutes. We'll come back here and the hall will be rearranged into 4 clusters. So we'll take the clusters discussion, they will interact, come out with their summit, and the presentation will be made by each cluster. Professor Kemiki.
Thank you very much. We have 4 clusters. Cluster 1, identifying the gap betwing industry requirement and estate management education. That cluster will be shared by Professor Gumba, and the co-chair is ESV and Abiti is a chief lecturer from Yaba Tech. Other members are Dr. Ayodele Boye from KASU, Dr. MB Dwe Kalem, ESV James Efwala, and ESV Charles Ogeneko MPA. The cluster 2 will be looking on suggestion on how to fill the identified gaps between the industry requirement and estate management education. That will be shared by Dr. Ushi Iguantu, and the co-chair is Niesv Ayodele Kayode from Federal Polytechnic. Dr. Cornelius, Niesv Mohammed, Niesv Yakubu, Niesv Taiwo Lurotimi, Niesv Nasiru. Cluster 3, required potentials for estate survey and valuation, focusing on thematic areas like Adamu Kazimu has identified environment, housing, telecoms, oil and gas. We are looking beyond real estate practice. There are many thematic areas where our product MDs, local government, state government, federal government, FM platform. Yes, Adamu Kazimu, please don't go. The chairman for that section is Niesv Adesina Adiatu, the co-chair Abdulatif Abdulaziz, and also Bello Abdulaziz, who is representing the minister. Niesv Bwana Emmanuel, Dr. Mohammed Ishaq from ATDU, Emmanuel Oloruntayo, Abdulaziz Olabode, Tinufa, and Peter Amadu. The last cluster, cluster 4, reconciling MBT and NUC and SVABON requirement. We've noted there are clashes. SVABON will say we want this, NUC will say we want this. So how do we reconcile these two regulators to reflect the dynamics in the industry requirement? Professor Eti Ajayi will share that section, to be supported by a chief lecturer from Polytechnic, ESB Dr. Isa Abdullahi. Other members are Mr. Okeshuku, ESB Okeshuku, ESB Tinufa, and our SVABON, our NUC rep. We also co-chair, and Mrs. Janet Shehu, our registrar, deputy registrar, SVABON, will also co-chair that section. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much.
Why are they not clapping for me?
Yes. We're supposed to have a very 1-minute goodwill message from the NUC rep. Then there are 2 presentations to be made to do these 2 great men for making this possible and for giving us the enabling environment. Other speakers will also be appreciated in due course. A word.
All protocols to be observed. It's not for me to. I bring meetings from the Secretary, Professor Abubakar Rashid. I'm here wearing 2 caps, ES and my director. I want to commend this forum for this wonderful education service. I didn't know it to be as grand as this. I thought I would just come and quietly speaking and speak out. But at this stage, I want to say I've listened to the various speakers and it's quite simple. The issue on ground is that curriculum is not perfect anywhere. And as it is not about a perfect curriculum, but about the way it is being delivered. Whether it is on the coursework or practical. I want to assure you that NUC doesn't work alone. We work with our resource person. And I looked at this program and I saw a list of 36 professors. Yes, 36 professors in the estate management. And I said it is wonderful. There's so many professions that we don't have up to. And with this number, we can do a lot. We can drive in, push it, and whatever we want to do. The estate surveyors, as it is the envy of the built environment. If you don't know, I'll tell you why. Some time ago, I met the QS and he was angry. He said the architects will come and design, the builders will come, build and go. The quantity surveyors will come and do cost, but the estate surveyors will come at the end of the day when the food is done, when the work is done, and come and take all the money into consideration, and they call them landlords that take house rent anyhow. And this is good, this is commendable. But I want to speak on NUC aspects. NUC is meant to regulate the universities and ensure that graduates that are turned out are of good quality, standard, and are globally competitive. Professor Oguba said something earlier that they will go for accreditation and see something that please next time don't look forward because NUC rely on the professors on the field. And I want to take this back to NUC. I spoke to the chairman, and the basic thing I'm taking back is that the institute is a very serious one, and they are ready to get to minutes. I will get across to the executive secretary, and I personally want to volunteer my service for this.
Thank you very much for this wonderful speech. I don't want to take much of your time, and we'll just step out after this little presentation, which the president will do to the chairman of SVAPON for stepping aside all other important engagements to be present here fully, live and direct. And he came in before the commencement. Please appreciate him for us.
Thank you very much. Award of excellence presented to Esther Sophia Mbadwa Gershon, ASEAN Nation. We're very grateful. Despite your busy schedule, you found time to come and stay with us, and not just stay, contributing MSc. On behalf of the academic forum and the council and the entire members of the Nigerian Nation of Essence of West and Valuers, we present this memorable plaque to you. And please just display it in a place where people will see it and we remember this day. Thank you very much.
For retaliation, because we want to see harmonious working relationship between Niesv and SVAPON, as we have started seeing. And please appreciate this very young man, energetic, for recognizing the academic forum this era.
Chairman of the academic forum, if I didn't come, I would have regretted. You know, this is the tallest president we've ever had. If you look at his achievement, he will not be able to reach the top. So I thank him for institutionalizing. This is one of the things he has institutionalized. Like 2-3 weeks ago, he has come up with another one, the valuation day, which is more still in the advocacy industry. But please, Madam, you will come back because I want them to give one plaque. Since you are here, they will give a plaque to the executive secretary because we have tried to pay a courtesy call so that to enable us to regularize most of what we are discussing here today. She is here, she has given me a number that she will get it done. So on this note, I want to thank, you see, I was with the president 2 days ago, yesterday, today we are here. And he's still living here. I mean, I thank God for his life, and thank God for his ability to perform to our satisfaction. On behalf of the academic forum, I present this to you in conclusion of today's event.
Thank you very much. The rest will be done after the cluster presentations. So the president wants to close the session formally.
Thank you very much. The chairman, the first vice, second vice, and my professors and doctors and members of the academic forum. First, I want to thank God that we have actually achieved the purpose of today's gathering. And I'm happy that Madam is here. Madam has already volunteered to give her services to all. Let me also say that one thing I want to get out of this gathering is to have a communique that will be presented both to the board and to the council on the way forward. It must not be a one-week step. It's a continuous project that we must get until we get it right. So we want a situation where at the end of this summit, we should be able to get a roadmap where we are going so that Niesv will know, SVAPON will know that this is where we are going. But one thing I must take out of this gathering is that we have all agreed that specialization is the way to go. And secondly, I'm happy that my regulator is here, the chairman of Ezabon. We've already sent our professional groups, and I think that that is another way we can actually do our department in the universities. And I'm happy that we have most of the head of department and even deans here in our mix. So please, let's send this idea to NUC that we need to have faculty of estate management or faculty of estate surveying and valuation with more than 15 departments. What? Real estate. Faculty of real estate. That at the end will have these numbers of departments that people can now go on and specialize. On a lighter note, Professor Gumba asked for some welfare opportunities for our academicians. The truth of the matter is that most of you even have more money than those of us that are practicing. So the truth of the matter is that the F&GPC, the conference planning committee, actually took time before we arrived at that conference fees. I want to plead with us. And that's why in my presentation or during the last time I spoke to our members, I did apologize, or I did say that we need to help one another. The areas you know that we can actually help, please help. But it will be difficult at this time because if we don't have enough sponsors, it means that we might not be able to have a good conference in Port Harcourt. The cost is high because of the situation to all of us find ourselves. The things that we bought last 2 years for 200, 300,000 naira is almost 1 million naira. And if we don't go about it, it means that the institution will go borrowing, and no, that is not our style. So we have already mandated the chairman of the planning conference planning committee and the local organizing committee that most of the events must be sponsored so that the financial body will not be too high on our members. So I want to plead that you should please bear with us. And what we are doing, we are also sowing. By this time next year, by the grace of God, most of the projects we are doing would have completed, most especially our secretariat here in Abuja. So we are planning that by this time next year, most of the things that we are actually asking you to pay will not be there. So please bear with us. On the issue of fellow, I'm aware that there are a lot of our members that have actually applied for fellowship. And what they did was to call their former students. I'm just leaking one of the secrets to you. Call the former students and those who are their friends and said, this is how much I want to pay. And I can tell you that most of them actually volunteered and donated towards that line. Like this Professor Charles Egolon, when he said what the council did, at the council platform, we're able to raise that fund for him. So I also want to plead that those who are interested in transferring to fellows should do so and allow people to assist. You have the knowledge, you impart the knowledge to us, we are using the knowledge to make money. We should be able to pay back by using the money we have made to also assist you. Finally, let me also inform this house that we actually have Niesv Research Foundation. And that foundation have some funds that you can actually apply for and go into your research. And the chairman of the committee is Estate Sophia Mbalua Chief Isha Idi. And he has also called that those who want to go into research into real estate can actually apply. And once they apply to the Committee on Research and Development, they will look at it and confirm that it's okay. They will now give it up to the committee. The committee will assess the amount you are looking for. And if it's something that the institution can bear, we'll be able to release the fund and give to you. And remember, in our last AGM, the AGM has approved a certain percentage of our income for research and development. So we are ready. It's just for you to now do the needful, and we can assure you that we'll do our best. So on behalf of the council, once again, and Chairman, I'm very, very grateful. Thank you very much. The first vice, second vice president, we're very grateful for your presence. I will thank you, members and other. I saw a council member here, Alaw. Thank you very much for coming. I also saw Charles Eba, who's also a council member, members of academic forum. Thank you very much. Charlie, Malam Batre, you are wearing 2 caps. Thank you very much. Thank you. And God bless you. Kanu Chairman, you can see that council members are already here. So be rest assured that whatever resolution, oh, I didn't see you. Are you just coming in? Okay, I'm very sorry. These are council members. So they are also members of your forum. So what it means is that whatever thing you're going to decide here, be rest assured that they will be able to defend it at the council level. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Based on the directive of the chairman of the board, we are doing a presentation to the NUC secretary for onward transfer through his rep, Emily, presented here. We want to appreciate you. The president would.
Madam, thank you very much. First, I want to appreciate your humility and your resilience. I'm very, very grateful. And most importantly, for volunteering to give us your service. Be rest assured that the professor beside you will worry you so much until we get our job done. On behalf of the chairman of the Estates of Yours and Value Administration Board and the president of Nigerian National Estates of Yours and Valuers, we present this plaque to you as a sign of appreciation and continuous working relationship between the board and the real estate profession. Thank you. NUC, thank you.
So please, we'll go outside at the foyer near the swimming pool to take a group photograph. Then thereafter, the president for our lunch. Thank you very much. We'll come back in 30 minutes. Can all various aspects discussed so that we'll be able to have. Please, those online, she'll say the bishop. We'll be able to follow them. Those online, send in your input or any group that have memorandum can submit to our email. Thank you very much. We will converge in 30 minutes.